Today is March 31st, 2026. This is a meeting of the House Natural Resources Committee. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Chairman Guyman, present. Representative Brass, Representative Broad, present. Representative Bryant, present. Representative Carrier, present. Representative Coates, present. Representative DeWitt, present. Representative Domain, present. Representative Travis Johnson, present. Representative Kerner, Representative Lacombe, present. Representative Jacob Landry, present. Representative Mack, present. Representative McCormick, present. Vice Chair Ogeron, present. Representative Reiser, present. Representative Sawyer, Representative Ventrella, present. And Representative Zarang, present. We have a quorum.
All right, we do have a quorum. Good morning, everyone, and we're glad you're here this morning. We're going to go through a little bit of housekeeping. First, if you want to take a quick picture for your photo memory, do it now because we're not going to allow any pictures or video after this point. Keep your cell phones below the back of the seat. If you need to text someone, that's fine. Be sure you have your phones on silent. So members, we're going to implement the 3-minute rule after the Speaker Pro Tem introduces his bill. So we will have a 3-minute rule on the table. I'm going to ask each of you to ask questions to be short, pointed, and stay on subject. If we can't do that, then we'll put a 3-minute rule on us as members as well. Is everyone clear on that? That's Vice Chair Orgeron and I have worked through that this morning to finalize that, and we think that will work, but we need you to be on game. Stay on point, stay on the bill, and ask questions. Those of you at the table, there is a light. It's green, yellow, and red. When you get to 30 seconds left on your 3 minutes, the yellow light will go off. You need to start wrapping up. So we're going to have to end at 3 minutes, and then you can take questions from the members, and you will have time to answer those questions. Is everyone clear on that? Okay. Green cards, red cards. If you're in the overflow room and you're watching, if we call your name, we're going to give you time to walk over. You will not be denied an opportunity to speak. We'll give you a couple minutes to walk over, so don't feel like if you're in the overflow room that you won't be able to come and testify. And be sure to fill out your card. And there is an overflow room. If you're out in the hall or anywhere watching on your phone, you can go to room 3 across the hall from us, and there is room in there for you to watch and participate. All right. Is there any other opening comments? Vice Chair, you have anything you need to add?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Once again, welcome. We're glad you're here. Speaker Pro Tem, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members for allowing me to have this bill heard. Before we get into that, I would ask for a personal privilege in the sense that I want to just address how I hope we can handle this bill. My bill is Louisiana Landowners Protection Act. It deals exclusively with the constitutionality of the eminent domain issue for carbon capture. Now, we all have lots of issues that we're very emotional about. I do too. But we have other bills for those. So I would ask as much as we can, because everyone wants to be heard, everyone wants their question answered, that if we can stay as much within those items that are germane to this bill that is very important to me, I would ask that we please do that if we can. I hope that's fair. And Mr. Chairman, if you agree, I hope you'll try to keep us on task.
Yes, sir. So, members, be sure we stay on the bill, and those of you coming to the table, please try to stay on the bill. One last thing I'd like to mention too, be careful with your words today. Let's keep things where they need to be, and no disruptions from the crowd, please, and let's just have a good meeting today. And again, we're glad you're here. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, when you are ready, House Bill 7.
Yes, sir. I believe Ms. Stadler.
Okay, Ms. Stalder.
Stalder. Sorry. I've been calling her Stadler all this time, and
It's
now you
okay.
wait till I'm in a room full of...
You can call her Ms. Stadler, Stalder.
Are we introducing the bill or the amendments?
Okay, we're going to go with the bill, House Bill 7. Ms. Stalder, could you read that in? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Bill 7 by Speaker Pro Tem Johnson enacts the Louisiana Landowner Protection Act.
Thank you, Ms. Stalder. Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have some technical amendments. I'd like to just put the bill in the proper order before we start.
Do I have a copy of the amendments? I do. Ms. Stalder on the set of technical amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is amendment set number 769. It is available in your folders and online. The first amendment, on page 2, the term private entities is defined starting at line 4. The First Amendment breaks up this definition into 2 sentences. For the Second Amendment, the bill currently repeals unitization for storage facilities. Amendment number 2 removes a reference to that authority that's already being repealed in the bill. Amendment number 3 is cleanup from the department reorganization bill last year. It just changes the word commissioner to secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stalder. I will offer those amendments. Let me be clear that the bill is currently in the form that it was filed, House Bill 7. There have been no amendments prior to that because there can't be until you get to committee. We are now in committee where you can propose and adopt amendments. This amendment is a technical amendment. It changes a comma to a period, changes the word commissioner to secretary. Are there any questions on the amendment? No questions on the amendment. I would move favorable on that set of amendments. I'm sorry, there is a question. Vice Chair Orgeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 2, which basically page 3, line 17, says after the word facilities, including unitization in accordance with the provision, and we just removing the word including unitization and just putting accordance with provision because that already includes, that is the provision for unitization?
So if you look on page 5, line 25, this is the repealer section. In this section, we repeal revised statute 30-1104.2. Amendment number 2 removes a stray reference to 1104.2.
It's just to make it all consistent, Rep. Orgeron.
And that was page 5, line 25, you said?
Yes.
34, is it 19.2 that you said, or?
1104.2.
Oh, gotcha, 1104.2. All right, thank you very much. I see now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Orgeron. All right, there's a motion to adopt the set of technical amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, that those amendments are adopted. Mr. Pro Tem, on your bill, House Bill 7 with amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, before we really get started this, I want you to just imagine that you come home and you get a letter, or you have someone come to your home, and they tell you that a private carbon capture company wanted your land, either to own it or to use it, and that they had the authority and power vested in them by the state of Louisiana to take you to court and take your land or take the use if you didn't accept their offer. And that use would not be for a school, not for a road, not for anything that the public would own, but for a private industrial enterprise that has no public purpose. We passed a law, those that were here in 2020, passed a law that allows them to do that. My bill, if you will vote yes, will take that unusual and extraordinary power away. And that company would be treated just like every other company without the power to take private property for non-public use. What I just described to you is what we call eminent domain. And that's the power of the government to take private property or force the use of that property, even and especially when the owners don't want to. What you'd like to see is agreements, permission. But it's a power that's allowed in our laws. The significance of the law that we have now is it allows an owner to have their land taken and used, even if they're opposed to the type of project that's being proposed. They may be adamantly opposed to carbon capture and sequestration. But under the current law, they can use eminent domain. And in Louisiana, we often use the term expropriation, and that simply means a legal process by which that occurs. And in plain terms, the government or someone that's given the authority can use that law, can go to court, force the sale or the use of the land for something you did not agree to and didn't support. Now let that sink in. That could be your land. That could be your mother's land. That could be your grandparents' land. It could be your daughter's land. And we know that the taking of another's land is one of the most serious powers that we give the government. And it should be strictly construed to be used only for the narrowest of reasons, for obvious reasons. Because we are talking everyday people or large landowners that are affected. And men and women of this committee, if you haven't noticed, our people have consistently through history protested the use of eminent domain. And please listen to me carefully, because this is going to be a theme throughout this, and it's very, very significant from a lawyer's standpoint and from a public standpoint. To be able to use eminent domain and expropriation, our laws are clear. To do it legally, the power only exists when there is a public purpose. And that makes sense. A public purpose means something truly for the public, for the people, a necessary thing. Roads, highways, bridges, public schools, government buildings, flood control, levees, drainage, infrastructure, things that serve society, not just one company that wants to make a profit. The whole point is to benefit all of us as individuals with necessary things. What it doesn't mean taking property for carbon capture use by a private entity with no public purpose. And by the way, you're going to hear today that it's very clear because it's written in our Constitution and the courts have said so. Taking property for economic development alone or transfer where the public benefit is only incidental, a private project owned by a private company or a local or foreign company can't be done for private purpose. It has to be public purpose. And that even if it promises jobs or greater tax revenues or economic benefit, those things cannot be considered when you're trying to determine, is it a public use? We need jobs and we need industry. And I hope to goodness the state is going to have those. It sounds like we've got some opportunities to do that, but not by taking people's property. Because if economic benefit alone were enough, if the promise of jobs, if the promise of economic growth were enough, then everything becomes a public purpose and nothing is protected. This bill, House Bill 7, removes clearly the power of the state and its agents from using the power of eminent domain clearly, and it's no ifs, ands, or buts, no conditions, cannot use eminent domain for private carbon capture and geological sequestration companies, and puts them on the same levels of every other industry and business that is operating without a public purpose. Well, let me be real clear, and this may disappoint some people. This bill doesn't stop any kind of industry. It doesn't stop carbon capture. It doesn't stop investment, and it does not stop growth, and it isn't anti-business. I'm all about those things, about business and growth. I'm all for that. I know you are. It simply gets rid of our illegal law that contradicts our Constitution. I've spent my entire life working to try to provide jobs. I ran on the idea of trying to grow our economy for our kids and our grandkids so they didn't go off somewhere. And any suggestion that you can't have one without the other is ridiculous. It's not popular in these days to say it, but I've served as a Chamber of Commerce president. Started an economic development group called North Rapids Business and Industry Alliance, of which I'm still the president. I don't want to hear any hisses or boos, I served on the executive committee of Lobby for years. I never would have supported what's going on right now. But I'm all about jobs. And you are too. Because you know that jobs are necessary to keep our kids here and to have a better way of life for everybody. This bill does not try to stop that. We won't need industry and jobs. But what we're doing and what's being done is wrong. We're smart people, but sometimes it's just real simple. Is it right or is it wrong? It's wrong. What this bill is pro-landowner, pro-constitution, and pro-biblical teachings. It simply requires that if these projects are to move forward, carbon capture projects, they must only be able to do so with voluntary agreements, not forcing somebody, voluntary agreements. The way we've always been in this country, a handshake, an agreement, a negotiation. And it's the same way every other state, every other business in this state operates. Not by force, but by negotiation and agreement to sell or use by the person who bought it or paid for. Might be on property that's inherited, but you get a selection and a choice. Remember, what this bill simply does is correct and remove a conflict between a statute and our Constitution. And I know you all know, you're not all lawyers, thank goodness, but you know that a Constitution trumps everything else over a statute. And this is a part that this is one of those moments where I'm just going to be transparent completely. I'm talking about a law that was passed before, but it really took teeth in 2020. And some of you that are smiling were not here in 2020. It was a bill that was passed unanimously. It went through a Senate committee unanimously. Went to the floor of the Senate unanimously. Went to the House committee unanimously. Went to the floor of the House without a no. Now, you know that doesn't happen very often, but it did in this case. Not one no vote. And I can say this to the people watching, the people here, and all of you here. I was one of those who voted yes. And I regret it. I regret it. I was fortunately raised by parents who were a lot wiser than I thought they were when I was young. They said, when you make a mistake, son, you own it. You don't blame others. You don't double down or make it worse. but you own it. You make no excuses. You face the consequences, no matter the cost to yourself. And the way to do it, what you do most importantly, is you try to make it right. You try to fix it. Members, my opinion is in 2020, everybody that was here, we got it wrong. I don't think any of us meant to have it wrong, but we got it wrong. This bill gives you the opportunity to make it right. Let's talk about the law. Under current statute, these companies who seek to pipe or inject carbon are not public utilities. They're not common carriers. And yet, unwisely, and in my thought, illegally, they've been given the power of eminent domain. Now, that's a contradiction against our U.S. and Louisiana constitutions. We have to correct, and that's what this bill seeks to do. Because eminent domain must be tied to a true public use. This isn't like oil and gas where you're taking something out of the ground and using it for a purpose that we all benefit with energy. This is taking something and putting it in the ground. And just as Louisiana Constitution, Article 4, Section 1 states, every citizen has the right. It protects the right to acquire, to own, control, use, enjoy, protect, and dispose of your private property. It dictates that property shall not be taken. These aren't my words. These are the words that our law says. Property shall not be taken or damaged by the state except for public purposes, those that I mentioned to you earlier. And it even goes to specifically put, I believe it's subpart 4, economic development and enhancement of tax revenues are not to be considered. You only need to look to history to find out where our Article 1, Section 4 came from and why. Now, most of you are younger than I am, so this history may predate you by a ways, but you need to look to history to find out why things are the way they are. In 2005, the Supreme Court issued a ruling in a case called Kelo versus New London that for the first time said that economic development could be used. Our people in Louisiana and people all across America were outraged that their property could be taken under the guise of private entity for public. I guess Walmarts could take your property under the Kelo ruling. Our people were outraged, and they were so outraged that their land would be taken for non-public use that, like many states, demanded, people like this right here, demanded that we change our Constitution and that we make amendments to make it clear, crystal clear, that property could only be taken from them only for a public purpose. And we have here with us today two men who were very much involved with that, and I want to bring them up in a little while, which Paul Hurd and Woody Jenkins. They can tell you a lot more because guess what? They were there. This was 20 years ago. Article 1, Section 4 that we now have passed by a vote, was passed by a vote of more than 2/3 of the legislature, was sponsored by Rapides Parish legislator, Senator Joe McPherson, worked on by Woody Jenkins in the House. That bill demanded public use only and was put on the ballot statewide. Not for us, not for those of us with pens, but those of us with houses and jobs and people. And they went to the ballot box and voted overwhelmingly to show their outrage and to show their desire of how private property should be protected. Very few of you remember that 20 years ago, but it's important to know why our law says what it says to fully understand why it's so necessary. That was brought about by an outraged citizenry of our state who simply did not want their property taken. You know, the sanctity of property ownership is not something new. It goes back all the way to our, before this, but in our history, it goes back to our Declaration of Independence, where we were told that our rights come from our Creator and that we have the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Many people consider the ownership of land to be part of their pursuit of happiness. And in the Constitution, in Article 5, the same importance was placed on property when it said it was clear that it was the right to life, liberty, and property. And our founding fathers were clear. James Madison wrote that government exists to protect our property, not take it, not give it to somebody else, to protect it. And John Adams said that without property, liberty can't exist. And you know, my opinion about this is not, doesn't have weight except to express it to you. But you don't need to listen to my opinion. Listen to what our Supreme Court, our Louisiana Supreme Court, and I don't think it's a coincidence. They ruled just about 2 weeks ago in the case of Plaquemine Port Harbor and the Terminal District versus, I'm going to call him Gwynn. It's Nguyen. That court, citing the U.S. and Louisiana Constitution, sided with the landowner against the port that had sought to allow eminent domain to take the Gwynn's land so that they could then use that land to lease to a private company for just that company. The facts may be different in our situation, but the constitutional basis that the Supreme Court ruled on is now the law. And it's important that you listen to what they said. There'll be arguments come up here later to say it's distinguishable from our situation. The facts are, the law isn't. In their ruling, they made it clear that the standards we can and cannot use to take by eminent domain the property of another. And they have affirmed the importance of our rights to own our land peacefully and without someone taking it for a non-public use. They loudly said, and I'm going to ask you to listen to this because it's the crux of what we're dealing with at hand. They said, they repeated what our Constitution says. Economic development is not a sufficient public purpose to justify taking private property to give to some other private person. The court rejected arguments that eminent domain could be justified as a public purpose, even for jobs, even for increased tax revenue, even for economic growth. That's the very purpose that we're told is the justification for eminent domain for carbon capture projects. Their basis to take our private land. The Supreme Court just said you can't use the fact that it's going to create jobs. You can't use the fact that it'll increase tax revenue. You can't use it as an excuse for economic growth. The court spoke clearly that those reasons do not justify taking the property. In words that could not be clearer, come from Supreme Court Justice Jay McCollum, who wrote in a concurring opinion, which I hope you'll read. But I want to just tell you what he said, not my words, his words. Private ownership of property is the cornerstone of a free society. the right of ownership may only be infringed upon by the government only upon showing a genuine and legitimate public use. And that taking property from one private citizen for the benefit of another, his words, even when dressed up as economic development, does not satisfy the requirement of public purpose. He went on to reference the Bible and showed how private, undisturbed land ownership is in our history, and talked about the seriousness of taking. Taking. There's another word for that. And he points that out, that our very own Ten Commandments have not to steal and not to covet thy brother's house. And he's clearly showed how it's wrong of government to take property without a public use. He pointed out to the story of government expropriation that goes back as far as 1 Kings 21, when the Naboth's vineyard was taken by King Ahab and Jezebel, and how they were rebuked and pronounced judgment against them for taking of private property by the ruling government. I look for fundamental truths. I know you do too. And that's more than my voice. I look for things that stand for something. I think in this situation you can look to the Constitution. You can look to the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution. And you can look to our Bible. You'll find the foundation to the answer of how you should vote on this bill in those three places. And look, I know it hadn't been lost on any of us that we've taken strides dealing with eminent domain in the past. As recently as 2 years ago, with no fanfare, we had some powerful people that asked us to modify eminent domain for them because there were going to be some power lines across their land. They didn't want it. So we passed a bill. I think it passed 80 or 90 votes in the House to say that those power lines should have certain restrictions that eminent domain should not apply. We didn't have any trouble at all protecting that land. Will we apply that same standard to the regular people in this state? That's a question I'm hoping you'll answer. In 2025, I know that we spent last year a lot trying to correct our mistakes, and we made big strides. We did. There'll be arguments about that, but we made big strides to try to increase the restriction of taking property by amending Senate Bill 244. But you know what? It wasn't 100%, and our people deserve 100%. What we did last year was helpful, but it's not enough. This is what needs to happen to make it enough. Now, in a minute, you're going to hear an argument probably that, we did things last year that make it tough for us to expropriate your land for carbon capture already. And I say to you that if that's the case, why are they fighting my bill? Why won't they just say, you're right? This bill, if you will pass it, will make it clear that we've eliminated the practical side of eminent domain to take property for carbon capture. This bill finishes the job to redemption and restitution that we started in 2025 and protects our people, the ones who elected us, not each other, but the ones who elected us, from intrusion upon their property rights, and for those landowners and citizens who voted for us. They are the ones in this debate we need to listen to. They are the living, breathing people who live with the consequences of our actions and our future actions. This bill is important to me because I just believe it's the right thing to do. Like many of you, I get emotional when I talk about my children or grandchildren. But let me make it simple and personal. 2 years ago, we were blessed with a redheaded grandson. When I say redheaded, it's almost orange. And we love him with all our heart. And his mom and daddy are doing a great job of teaching him right and wrong. But like any 2-year-old, what do they do when they're around other 2-year-olds? They take others' toys. And I put this there to remind me of that. He can't help it. He wants it, and he's bigger than the other kids, so he thinks he can take it. Now, he's 2 years old. He's only been in this place once, and that was when I introduced him to y'all when we were sworn in. He was 6 weeks old then, and I said to you, please do the right thing for him. If the lessons we teach a child about taking someone else's property, not stealing from someone else, is good enough for a 2-year-old, why don't we live by the same rules that we expect our 2-year-old grandchildren to live by? How can I tell him that Pawpaw tells him right from wrong, yet I can't get a bill passed to make the rest of the grown-ups do what's right? And you know, even bigger than that, I have stood side by side with y'all in the last couple of years. And we fought together to make sure that our children, not just my grandchildren, but everybody's children, could learn some basic truths of right and wrong. We passed a bill, I think everybody but maybe one of you here voted, to post this in every single classroom. I guess we did it for votes because it sounded like a religious right thing that would really make us popular back home, or we voted it because the reason I did was because these are God's commandments, the 10 Commandments. And regardless of your religion, these are all valid truths. We post this now. We spent tens of thousands of dollars defending the right to put these up in every classroom, on every wall. And we've won. And they're in every classroom. But do they mean anything? Is it just for our children to read? Is that what it is? Is it just for our kids to read? Or are these foundational truths and laws that we're supposed to live by? Because guess what? The governor is going to, I understand, is talking about a monument on the lawn, and I applaud him for that, where he's going to put the 10 Commandments. I don't think that monument will take out, thou shalt not steal, or thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, because those are the laws that we're posting in the classroom. What our current law does, if we don't change it, violates both of those. If you voted for the bill to put this up for our children to learn, I'm assuming you already know these rules. We fought together on that to put them up, to make it the law. And I just ask that we act in a way that's consistent with the lessons we expect and want our children to know. And that's God's law. And it's not just a biblical principle, although I think a lot of our laws are based on biblical principles. Our Constitution, it's a constitutional one also. It's quoted the ruling 2 weeks ago. Taking property from one private citizen for the benefit of another, even dressed up as economic development, does not satisfy the requirement of public purpose. And the Constitution protects that. And you know, the Constitution is really an important document, our U.S. Constitution and our state Constitution, because you know why? Because it's supposed to apply equally. Equally. Where the billion-dollar company and the guy with nothing has the protection of that law, of that constitutional law. Our Constitution is trying to be interpreted correctly by our Supreme Court. So you know what stands in the way? The law that we passed 2 years ago. This bill honors the Constitution, honors the interpretation of the Constitution by our Supreme Court, honors the lessons that we teach and expect our children to follow. Members, I know you are under a lot of pressure. I am too. But I also know the pressure that our people are under. The worry that our people are under, the same people who elected us. They are worried. And I know the chances may be slim, but they are worried that their property could be taken from them. I brought this bill because they expect me to fight for them. They expect you to fight for them. I bring this bill for the young couple who just bought their first house. Y'all know what that feels like. They sign that mortgage and they're not sure they can even pay the note. But it's their house. I brought this bill for the retirees who finally have paid off their mortgage and want to live the rest of their life in peace. Maybe hopefully passing it on to their children. I bring this for real life people, people with faces and names, like Miss Sherry Brosette from back home, whose land has been in their family numerous generations since the early 1800s when her family came to this country from Ireland. The Ryder clan, as they call them, have held this land before her great-great-grandfather, and she has one wish: to be able to pass it along to her grandchildren. And the people who've lived on that property for 150 years, 100 years, were men and women who served in World War I, served in World War II, served in Korea and in Vietnam War. These are people who believe in America. They don't want to be worried that something may interfere with their property, their use of that property, their ability to pass it along. Their land was paid for with the blood, sweat, and service of their family members. And they asked me to bring this bill to free them of even a single chance that someone could impose their will upon them and take their land for a carbon capture project that they do not support and do not want. And you know, you'll find this, younger reps, you'll find this as you get older. Worry is a real thing. You don't have to have the bad deed happen to you to have worry. And in many times it's just as bad because you're worried something will happen. Until we change this law and pass this bill, our people will still have that worry, like Ms. Brosette. And so I brought this bill that I believe in. You'll hear an argument in a little while that if we remove eminent domain, that one landowner can stop progress and stop others from making money because that one person is not willing to sell voluntarily. But let me be clear to you. What they may call a holdout, the Constitution calls a landowner, an American and Louisiana citizen. No one has a right to profit from someone else's unwilling sacrifices. If a project is truly beneficial, then it should succeed voluntarily with voluntary agreements, not through state-granted powers to force a sale. Every other private business in Louisiana operates that way. They negotiate, they persuade, they reach a price. And if they don't, if the project only works when you can force the last landowner to give in, then it doesn't work in a free society. It works only through coercion. Members, I know that this issue's brought you a lot of pressure from all sides. And on a personal level, I'm sorry about that. And yes, I'm in a leadership position. And it's been brought to my attention where I can hear it and where I can't, that I shouldn't have brought this bill. But my friends, my first responsibility, and yours, is to keep our pledge, our oath. And that an oath I took many years before I was elected state representative. I took it as an attorney for 42 years of practice and as a judge and as a magistrate. I took an oath to God and the people of this state to support, defend, and uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Louisiana. We heard those words just a week ago. We've all said those words. My friends, I will not and cannot, under any circumstances, knowingly and purposefully violate that oath I took to God and to the citizens of Louisiana. And I will face whatever consequences bringing this bill costs me to make it right. So what is our part in all of this? What are we called to do today and tomorrow? For me, I look to Proverbs 31, 8 and 9, that commands believers to speak up for the voiceless or those who cannot speak for themselves. It is a mandate to defend the rights of the marginalized and vulnerable, ensuring justice is served when others can't advocate for themselves. I'm trying to do that for those in my District 27 and the people of the state of Louisiana. They're not all here. There's very few of my people here because they're working to try to pay a mortgage on the very property that we're trying to give or have given the rights to companies to take. It is not the will of the citizens in my district, no matter the distance of chance that their property could be taken, that they should not have to be worried that they'll be forced to sell their property. They do not want to sell their property for projects they do not support, and in many cases oppose. They want to have freedom as to what happens to their property.
Mr. Pro Tem, we need to begin to wrap it up. We got a number of questions lined up for you. Thank you.
So as Proverbs says, I'm their voice to speak for them and bring a bill to uphold the Louisiana constitutionality, guaranteed rights. I'm their lobbyist. And I bring this bill with full knowledge of the political consequences, but I do not come here for comfort. I come here to do honestly what I believe and what is legal. If for no other reason than the promise I made when I raised my hand and took an oath, eminent domain means forcing someone to give up their land, even when they say no, and even when it's not a public policy. This bill gives those without a voice, a lawyer or a high-paid lobbyist, a clear law that ends eminent domain for carbon capture projects. No exceptions, no loopholes, and if they don't want to sell, no means no. Because when government can take a man's land for private gain, ownership becomes permission, and liberty becomes temporary. I'm asking you for your vote and support on this bill, and if you have any questions, that I haven't already answered, please feel free to do so.
Mr. Pro Tem, we do have questions. Members, if you would hold those for just a second, or do you have another person to bring up in your
I have a
opening?
couple of people that do want to talk. Mr.
Okay,
Paul
let's bring them up.
Hurd, Mr.
Let's
Woody
bring them up now. 3-minute rule, Madam Secretary, begins now on table. Members, if you'll hold your question, we'll let the 2 3-minute presentations go, and then we'll open up for questions.
Thank you.
If you would introduce yourself for the record, please, before you start speaking, and watch your yellow light. When the yellow light goes off, you got 30 seconds left, so you need to start landing it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Woody Jenkins, and 54 years ago, I had the privilege of sitting where you're sitting today. I was a young state representative, still in law school. That year, Edwin Edwards had been elected governor. He had run for one thing, calling a constitutional convention. There had been numerous meetings throughout the state, I'd say hundreds of meetings over the prior 10 years about trying to have a new constitution or reform it, and the public was ready for it at that time. I ran for and was elected to the Constitutional Convention and served. It took well over a year. The state sort of ground to a halt. It was day after day. The headlines were all about whatever the Constitutional Convention was doing. I was assigned to the Committee on Bill of Rights and Elections to draft our new Bill of Rights for the Constitution. We met an impasse. After 4 months, our body, our committee, was at a standstill. And in frustration, one night, the members of the committee asked me to take everything that we had heard and all of their views and draft a Bill of Rights for our state. It took 3 nights. I came back to them, and they accepted it. And basically, with some small changes, that went through the whole body and went through and was approved by the voters and is today the Constitution of Louisiana and the Bill of Rights of our Constitution. In that Bill of Rights, the thing that I focused on and worked even prior to that moment when they asked me to draft it was the right to property section, because in our U.S. Constitution, there is no such thing as that. There's a general protection of property rights that says property cannot be taken without due process of law and pay just compensation paid to the owner. But there's so much more to property rights than that. So our Constitution contains real restrictions and protections for property owners. And I want to read you what it says. Every person has the right to acquire, own, control, use, enjoy, protect, and dispose of private property. Property shall not be taken or damaged by the state or its political subdivisions except for public purposes, and with just compensation paid to the owner or into court for his benefit. Now, this is important. Property shall not be taken or damaged by any private entity authorized by law to expropriate, except for a public and necessary purpose, and with just compensation paid to the owner. And then it says this, in such proceedings, whether the purpose is public and necessary shall be a judicial question. In other words, when you pass a statute, let's say on carbon capture, declaring this is a public purpose, it's completely irrelevant, because the Constitution says the question of whether a taking is a public and necessary purpose is for the court to decide. As you read the statutes on expropriation for carbon capture, it's very clear if Exxon has a plant here and a carbon capture site there, you can't expropriate property between the two because that's a private purpose,
Mr. Jenkins,
not a public purpose.
thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. My name's Paul Hurd. I'm an attorney that's been involved in several constitutional claims through my career, and this is one more that I'm glad to be here to provide information. First thing I have available, and I'd like to provide it to the committee. It's not a legal opinion. It's a selection of information that you need from Kelo. We've heard about it. I'm not going to explain it again. But the crux of Kelo by the U.S. Supreme Court and our revolt against Kelo was that Kelo is exactly like carbon capture. They, in Connecticut, were going to take this lady's home and give it to an economic development that they thought would generate a lot of new business, a lot of new jobs. Supreme Court said it was okay under the U.S. Constitution, and we said heck no. And within a year, we modified our right to own property so that it could not be taken for economic development. More importantly, what we did was that we said expropriation may have been allowable under a certain area, and what we did in 2006 in revolt against Kelo was we said, no, no, no. It can only be used for these limited, listed in the Constitution, these limited public purposes. So even if it could have been used to raise taxes before this amendment, if that was a generic public use, it's not just public use. The use that expropriation can be used for is only for the limited purposes listed in Article 1, Section 4, okay? And so that's why we're here today and don't give up on, you're going to hear about economic development. Don't give up on on capitalism. Don't give up on the ability of business to go do a deal. We don't need the heavy hand of expropriation to say we're going to give somebody the authority to take. Nah, they got money, they got an opportunity, and there's lots of people in this state that are willing to do business. You don't need this to accomplish this other than to suppress the price and the benefit of the ownership that we have. Remember this, in the Constitution, you've got 4 limitations on expropriation. 1, ownership is an inalienable right in Article 1, Section 1. Expropriation is in derogation of the right of property, therefore, it is not favored in court. 2 seconds, and I'm.
We're good. That's
fine.
You can land it after a question. We do have a question. Thank you. We do have a question, Representative Travis Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we call each other brother, Mike Johnson, because I live close to you in Vidalia. You live in Pineville.
Good friend.
I represent communities that are very similar, very rural. And I think this argument, which it should be, is where we're going in the future. That's what this argument about. Your argument is about the eminent domain, but I think the reason why it's so passionate, and you see so many people here, and it's because courts trying to decide how to make these decisions, because we know CCS is we won't say it's new, but it's now here, and it's being used with pipeline with Class 5 and Class 6 wells. We're being asked to now move forward with it. I would say this here, and I'll look at, you mentioned economic development. So I won't use the word economic development, but I will use the word economic stability. And these are some of the reasons why public use. It says economic stability in states like Mississippi and Iowa. It says many groups argue that CCS is necessary to keep local industries viable under new federal regulations that is protecting local economy and tax base. Also, under pipelines like oil and gas pipelines, CO2, if a company opens its pipeline to any customer, becoming a common carrier, then courts often rule it serves as a public purpose by facilitating commerce and energy. And so I also say that with our neighboring states, like Texas and Mississippi, who we often like to use, Louisiana, even with economic stability, I ask a question at the very end, I won't be very long. Economic stability, we are an energy state. And with these new rules that we're following, we can devastate those. Now, I'm up north, but we can devastate many communities because of such new rules. And so I think because of economic stability and where we're going. And lastly, let me say this. Speaking of economic development, which is off topic, but I want to, because this is the only time I'm going to speak today, the only time I'll speak. With economic development, we do know that many countries like in Europe are requiring for our country, our companies here in the U.S. to have this CCS options. Europe is one of our biggest trading partners, and they're requiring CCS. And so if we don't have this option, we hurt ourselves with economic stability and economic development. And so I just, so that's one of the reasons why it does bother me as we're moving forward, and me going to Europe and learning about CCS over the past 6 years and knowing that this is a needed commodity to enhance economic stability and development, that this is why I've been adamant about CCS. So Speaker Pro Tem, what do you say about economic stability?
I don't really know that there was a question in all of that, but I want to point out several things you said that I think need to be responded. I live in Louisiana. I don't really care about the laws in Texas or Mississippi. Our courts are pretty good here in Louisiana. Secondly, you come from a rural area, then you certainly know that Farm Bureau and the Cattlemen's Association both support this bill because they recognize that preeminent to everything else is land ownership. And you talk about the necessity of economic stability. There's nothing in this bill that stops carbon capture CCS projects from happening. It doesn't stop it. All it says, you can't take my property if I don't want to sell it to you. That's clear and simple. So all of that you just said, I didn't hear anything in there that wasn't accurate factually. This bill doesn't stop carbon capture. It stops carbon capture from taking people's land when they don't want to sell it. That's all it does.
And my last,
So it can be, it doesn't have to be one or the other, Rep Johnson. It can be both, but it can be without taking these people's land if they don't want to sell it.
yeah, I won't refer to as far as taking their land. I'm just saying for public use. That's your argument as far as public use, and so
Yeah, public use, so you can't steal it from, so you can't expropriate it from citizens. It's not a public use, at least under any of the definitions that we've got in law and in interpretation from the court thus far. There is a suit going on right now about the current law, and I suspect it has a good chance, if we don't correct it, of correcting it for us.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Representative DeWitt for a question. And let's remember to try to keep the questions as short and as on point as we can. And members at the table, remember once you start answering, you're under the 3-minute rule as well. Representative
Is that
DeWitt.
meant for me, Rep. Gammon?
You especially. Yes, sir.
I'm a little wordy. I apologize. I'm passionate about this, and I tend to over-answer, and I don't see that changing today, but I'll follow your lead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, with those direct instructions. Rep. Johnson, would you agree that this bill doesn't stop projects from happening?
No, sir. It stops them from happening in people's land that doesn't want them.
That's what I'm saying. It moves forward with willing landowners, right?
That's right.
Okay. Is this about stopping projects or making sure they're done with consent?
Making sure they're done with consent. There's other bills for stopping projects. That's not what this bill is about.
Yes, sir. You're an attorney. You're a practicing attorney, a lawyer. Do we have any idea how many folks have been affected so far with their land been taken under carbon capture?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I do not know the number.
Mr. Jenkins, do you know?
I'm not aware that they've been actually taking much in expropriation so far. They've been threatening to,
Yes, sir.
but I don't think that, I'm not aware of any. I think the real issue here is that we have a constitution that prohibits taking for carbon capture because it's not a public purpose. So all the statutes that have been passed are unconstitutional. So I think it's like carbon capture is the Titanic. And out here is a giant iceberg, which is the Louisiana Constitution. And as soon as they have a case where they're trying to expropriate property and somebody challenges it in a rural North Louisiana parish with a judge that believes in private property who's going to say, oh, well, this is not a public purpose, and a jury which under the Article 1, Section 4 whatever it decides is not subject to appeal. If they say that it's $1 million for this land or $1 billion for this land, under Article 1, Section 4, the jury makes the decision and it's not subject to appeal. We're really here today not talking about whether you're for carbon capture or not. We're talking about what the Constitution requires, and what the Constitution requires, Representative Johnson simply putting the statutes back in a line with the Constitution.
Right. Yes, sir. One question. I'm looking at my colleagues on this front row. Most of us wasn't here in 2020.
You're proud to say that out loud, aren't you?
You betcha. I want it on the record that I didn't vote for it. Let's make sure everyone in this room knows that, and most of my colleagues here. What happened? We want to know. We want to know how some of these folks in behind me are some staunch land guys who fight every day for anything that even comes like this. How did y'all get hoodwinked, duped, whatever you want to call it? Tell me, please tell me, because I want to know.
I don't want to make excuses, but I can tell you what the environment was then, because it's not an excuse. It's still our duty. We had a session that COVID hit right after that time. We were in cubicles, if you remember, little plastic cubicles, if you remember seeing the news, and isolated from one another. We had taken our session and condensed it down by a month, I believe, where we were out of here. And the bills were coming by pretty fast. I had been taking calls for months from people crying on the phone that they were losing their jobs. They were worried about that. And we all were scared.
Yes.
And we were told in this committee, different chairmen, I wasn't on that committee, by industry, that it would not, eminent domain would not change. Now, I was negligent. I didn't see that in the bill. I didn't see the potentials of what we had here. And that's what I fessed up to earlier. I blew it. I can't speak for everybody else, but it got through me and was sold as, this is going to be great for oil and gas. We're an oil and gas state. This will put people back to work. And we failed to do something that I've learned. I didn't ask enough questions. I didn't ask any questions. All my oil and gas friends were for it, and I thought it was good for Louisiana. And I failed to read the hidden print and relied upon the testimony of some who came to committee. The responsibility isn't anybody else's but those of us who voted. I can't blame it on anybody. There really is no excuse. And that's one of the fears we have when we're dealing with 1,300 bills, that you're going to miss something. And, we missed it and we blew it.
Do you think you were not told the truth?
I'm trying to fix it.
Yeah. Do you think you wasn't told the truth by lobbyists? Is that what you're saying?
Want to. I think the video of the Natural Resources Committee that went on speaks for itself, and I don't want to call anybody a liar or give that as an excuse. That's not an excuse.
Well, that's
Jason,
what we.
that's not an excuse.
Yeah, when we come down.
blew it.
Yeah, when we come down here, that's what we depend on, is people who know more than we do on a particular subject. If we don't have the truth in this building, we don't have anything. For
Yeah,
as
but
I'm
it still
concerned.
comes down to it's nobody's responsibility but ours. And at least for me, I dropped the ball.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to make amends and fix it now.
And
Can I comment on that?
yes, sir, Mr. Jenkins.
Being outside the legislature, you see this world a lot differently than when you're in the legislature.
Yes, sir.
And I've noticed a common thing, and the most common thing is very important legislation that very few people read and study. When I first came here, I saw that. This is not about carbon capture. This is a problem throughout the legislature of not being prepared and not reading legislation. So what we did, starting in 1972, we found a group. It was called the Independent Legislative Study Group. We had 7 or 8 members. We would meet every morning for breakfast at 7 o'clock. It was difficult. But we would all read the bills. We would divide who would read what bills. And we would prepare to go to the committees and testify. We were prepared to speak on the bills on the floor. We were determined to be the most educated people in the legislature about the legislation, to know as much about a bill as the author. And so At first, we were a tiny minority, but 8 years later, one of our members was elected speaker, which was John Hankel. But it all comes from not just you reading the bills being prepared, but having a group of like-minded legislators who will really study, be prepared for committees, be prepared for the floor, understand how to win on the floor, and you will find yourself very effective, and you'll find a lot of this bad legislation slipping through won't slip through.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the advice.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative DeWitt. Question, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for being here today. We really appreciate it. Speaker Pro Tem did a real good job. I had a lot of things to add, but I don't believe I can add anything to that. But I would like to say to the opposition that's going to come out later that if this bill passes, I want y'all to listen to this. If this bill passes, 90% of the opposition goes away, and it doesn't kill carbon capture and sequestration. If this bill fails, well, it's not going away. But, what I'd like to add to is, we talk about, expropriation. Well, you can go to court. You can fight these billion-dollar companies. But, Speaker Pro Tem, what's the chances? I mean, what would one of these cases cost some grandma that's got 10 acres to go fight this? It's not even a realistic.
And no, sir, you're right. And you'll hear from industry that, we don't even use this. And the reason they don't use it is because they don't have to. They can use the threat as a negotiating tool, because if you got 10 acres and you're 70 years old and they come to you and they say, we're going to offer you X number of dollars per acre, and you really don't want to do it, and then they say, but we'll take you to court. People don't want lawyers. I hate to say that. They don't like lawyers. They don't like courts. They're afraid of it. So it's not just the cost, it's the emotional advantage they have because they got a tool. And I'm wanting to take that tool away because my people are mainly rural, good people. They don't want to go to court, and they don't want to be threatened with the possibility of paying court costs.
And so basically now the favor, the way the situation is now, it favors these billion-dollar companies and their lawyers.
Absolutely.
It doesn't favor the common person out there that can't even be here today because they're trying to feed their family.
Right.
I got a question I'd like to ask the group. Anybody can answer. Are you familiar with Article 1, Section 4 of the Louisiana Constitution that preserves a people's right to own and keep their private property?
Well, heck yes. I mean, that's why we're here. And if you look at that article, it's got 4 barriers to this, and it is that it's an inalienable right that supersedes any statute. And what this failure to pass this bill will do will be one more time that this legislature is going to have to go to it's going to get taken to court by somebody and embarrassed again for ignoring a fundamental right of its people to have control of their own property. As it relates to carbon capture, you've also got the problem that in that article, you can't take it even for a public purpose and hand it to a third party. This procedure has that problem. And again, economic development was the reason for Kelo being upheld, and it was the reason we changed the Constitution in Louisiana to say economic development is not good enough, or Walmart can take you corner lot, or anyone can come force it on you because I'm going to build a new shopping mall.
So let's think about what happens in reality. If you are a landman, you're going to go out normally on an oil and gas project and go to different people in the community and talk to them about leasing their land, right? It's a business deal. You're making an overture to them. But in this case, what happens, you basically have a landman going, but now he's got like a badge on. He's representing the state of Louisiana. The state's never said that this is a public a project with a public and necessary purpose, but he's advertising basically, I'm here representing the government. I have the right to take your land, and that's never even been decided in court. So it's really a terrible situation to give a person who represents a private enterprise. They've been given no authority that they have any such power as this, but they're representing themselves like that. So the answer, of course, is for the folks who are feeling threatened, not to have one person, but to have class action lawsuits against all of these entities that attempt to take their land and fight back. You have to fight back. So what's going to happen here, I pray that this passes. If it doesn't pass, we have the Constitution. And the people who want to take private property have to face our Louisiana Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, which prohibited it in 1974, and in response to the Kelo decision, makes it just invulnerable. You cannot expropriate for carbon capture under this Constitution, and the statutes that were passed authorizing are unconstitutional, which will be determined very clearly by our Supreme Court if it gets that far.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Representative McCormick. Question, Representative Bryant.
Good morning. I think you mentioned a couple of things, Mike, about us being the steers of the ship and the legislature have we in control of this, right?
Of this bill, yes, sir.
The problem I only have is, which I have with a lot of bills and kind of triggers most of the bills I bring, is trying to change the rules in the middle of the game, right? This bill is in front of us that you're trying to change and amend and scratch and add to it. Is changing the rules in the middle of the game. If the legislature convened and they met, and if you take out all your stuff, this bill is about 1 page. This law is about 1 page, and it said at some point this legislature convened and it said it declared to be a public interest and for a public purpose that the policy of Louisiana that carbon dioxide is a valuable commodity of the citizens of this state, and it is the policy of Louisiana and the purpose of this chapter to provide and coordinate a statewide program related to the storage of carbon dioxide and also fulfill the state's primary assuring of compliance with the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act to include amendments related to underground injection of carbon dioxide. Right? And now you're trying to change these rules in the middle of the game and strike out everything the legislature that you was in came and by majority vote and agreed that this was a public interest and this had a public use, and it deemed that it should be appropriation and land eminent domain should be relevant and used in carrying out this mission. So people came here and invested. Companies came here and invested and got on to the mission and got their work and started going for permits and everything else. And now in the middle of the game, where we have to stir the ship, we just want to change it and tell them, no, you can't do it, right?
Representative
Why
Bryant.
don't you just take if you think the Constitution and the Supreme Court of the state doesn't believe that it is a public interest of a public purpose and the policy of Louisiana that carbon dioxide is a valuable commodity of the citizens of this state, and it is public policy of Louisiana and the purpose of this chapter is to create compliance with the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, why don't you just contest the law? Like every bill that passes, if people think it's unconstitutional and don't think it'll hold up in the court, they just file a lawsuit.
There's been a lawsuit filed.
Right. So don't you just, we always saying, wait for the
Bryant,
courts to rule.
You vote, I vote every day to amend bills. We do it all the time. I think to recognize that we made a mistake and not change it is maybe worse than making the initial mistake. And Representative Bryan, you were one of 11 last year that voted to get rid of eminent domain.
Not for the
You
purpose of this
voted
bill, Mike.
a year ago.
I
Well,
did not.
anyway,
And what I don't want us to do
The
is,
Constitution is the steady throughout.
right, but we're the legislature.
That's
We
correct.
cannot come here if we're promoting business and industry. Do you think we have the right to change the rules in the middle of the game and think that we are a business-friendly state
Well, I
if
don't
we're going
know.
to change the rules?
I'm-
Take our land
No.
either.
All right, hold on 1 second here. Hold on 1 second.
Rep. Bryan,
I
I
get it,
understand what
but
you're
Hold on
saying.
hey, gentlemen, hold on 1 second. All right, members of the audience, we need to be well behaved, please. Do no outburst, or we're going to have to ask someone to step out of the room, and we do not want to do that. So this is your warning, okay? We don't need to do that.
And I get it for the
Hang on,
audience,
hang
right?
on, hang on 1 second. All right,
No,
hang
no,
on.
I'm saying that the audience
Mr.
should
Brad, Representative Brad, hold on 1 second. Okay.
the
All right,
audience should
Mr.
know.
Representative Brad, hold on 1 second, please. All right, everybody take a breath. We're going to try this again. Start the time back. Representative Brad, you are now ready.
I just think the audience should know that this was done already. And if the courts, and they believe that the courts, and they think this is unconstitutional, there are so many methods for the courts to declare that this is not a public purpose and we should not be able to expropriate people's property. And now you're trying to get us to back off of what we did
Your
in the
question-
middle
your
of the
question
game.
to me is
yes.
what's
Do
your
we
question?
change? Is it okay for a person that says they're business savvy, and they're on lobby board and everything else? Do you think it's okay for years later, when people have come in here and invested based on what we said it's okay, to take people's property?
Yes, sir.
To move years ago, we said this. Do you think it's okay for us to come in the middle of the game and change that?
I think we're human. I
Okay.
think we make mistakes. I've
Okay.
already told you that I think I've made a mistake on this vote, and it would be a bigger mistake if I recognized that it was wrong and I didn't try to fix it.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if it inconveniences the businesses that I support. I want business here. I got a history of that. I don't take what I'm doing lightly, but I do take the responsibility that I took an oath to the Constitution, that when I see something that is clearly clear to me, I have a duty, regardless of the consequences, to do what's right. And as I understand, and you may get testimony differently, there's not been any cases where eminent domain has been used yet by these carbon capture companies. There have been no permits issued regarding that yet. So, in a sense, we're heading it off before it happens.
Right. And do you agree as an attorney, right, that there are so many legal tools that could have been used the last 2 or 3 years since this bill's been passed to contest whether it was constitutional or unconstitutional for
Yes.
us to take people's property in order to carry out the mission of carbon capture?
But you know what? Individuals shouldn't have to do our job for us. And I'm trying to fix it. There are suits being filed, but we have, for me personally, I can't speak for you, for me personally, it's my job to try to fix a wrong. And I'm sorry if there are consequences, but fixing things right is what I believe is what I should do. And I
You think
appreciate
what we
you.
did is wrong, right?
You have been a steady force on economic development, and you're a good lawyer. And I know we're talking as a gentleman, but that's where I am. I don't like the fact that we didn't catch it, or I didn't catch it in 2020. I bet you didn't catch it either. But this is where we are. And to do wrong, two wrongs are not going to make it right. Passing this bill will make it right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bryant. To the audience, I want to remind you again, we're not going to do any applause, no booing, no hissing, no outbursts, okay? We will move you to the overflow room if we have to, and we do not want to do that, okay? Everybody with me? All right. Next question, Representative Zarang. Sorry,
Thank you,
there
Mr.
you go.
Chairman. Representative Johnson,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned how you own up to mistakes and you correct them if you recognize them. In that vein, I want to hopefully give you that opportunity. I took exception to some of the testimony you made, and I just want to clarify if I understood you right. Did you reference that if we vote against this bill, we are potentially violating 2 of the 10 commandments? I think you referenced, thou shalt not steal and not covet. Is that your
If
contention?
we allow the current law to stay in effect, I feel like we're violating. And these are my opinions.
Well, no, I
feel
understand,
like I'm
but it was your
violating because I believe
testimony.
we're stealing from people if we allow the current law. to
Okay,
stand.
so if we vote against the bill, we're potentially violating 2 of the 10 commandments. So that's 8 and 10. Do you recall what is the commandment number 9?
You know, I never learned them by number. Why don't
Well,
you tell me?
yeah, well, you
shalt
conveniently
not bear-
skipped over 9,
thou
that
shalt
thou
not bear
shalt not
false
bear
witness?
false witness against thy neighbor. So, again, I
Thou
would
shalt
offer.
not lie, I believe is what that
Yeah, but I
means.
would offer that we would remove the log from my eye before we start pulling out splinters. So that's my contention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Zarang. All right, members, everybody take a breath. Let's keep going. Representative Coates for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I just wanted to give you some of my data that I had kind of researched and was praying about this as well. And then I have some questions for you. But I kind of started back, I opened the Bible in class one day, and it was Deuteronomy 19:14 that says, "You shall not move your neighbor's landmark." And so the Bible actually puts in a boundary in the Bible. And I kept going, and it also says that in Deuteronomy 27:17 says, "Cursed is the one that moves their neighbor's boundary stone." So this scripture not only, it places this boundary, it limits the power. Because in Ezekiel 46:18, the rulers commanded not to take one's inheritance in the way that it scatters them. And you actually brought up the vineyard. And it was a clear warning. What happens when the power reaches beyond its limit? And that man that was protecting his vineyard, he wasn't being difficult. He was protecting the inheritance. It's not just because the will of the king had that right, but he was protecting that inheritance because it was being treated like a commodity, not just something that was being protected. So we understand today property is not just about us, it's about what we leave behind. And you mentioned your grandkids. So that's why that boundary matters. Scripture also warns that in Isaiah 5:8 says, "Woe to those who join house to house and field to field, and there's no space left." And it scatters people. And we've seen Louisiana losing people. And if we're going to start taking their property, the Bible warned us that if we scatter people, they will leave. So I also feel like those biblical things was actually then brought into natural law. It was brought into constitutional law. It was brought into our civil law. And that it never changed. That boundary was protected. And the Fifth Amendment, it limits what the governments can take. And Louisiana law reflects that as well, recognizing the right of individuals. So my question is it not a tool for a private company to cross that boundary for their own benefit because they are not even the government? So would you say that when land is taken for private gain, does that cross that boundary our Constitution was meant to protect?
Yes, ma'am, if it's not for a public purpose. I believe it does.
So the Louisiana Supreme Court affirmed that, rejected that idea.
Yes, ma'am.
So you still believe that this law is just going back and protecting that boundary in our Constitution?
Yes, ma'am. It still allows the projects to go forward. They just can't go forward by taking people's property. It has to be voluntary giving or negotiated, not forced.
Because those people are trying to protect their inheritance
That's right.
that the Creator gave us.
That's correct.
It wasn't that the government had the right over the people had the right, and then the government has to go ask the court, correct?
Well, we gave companies the right to to use the eminent domain as a public, as a purpose that they are able to use sanctioned by the government. That's what this corrects and takes that away and puts them on level ground with every other business. It doesn't take from them, it puts them on level ground where every other business is.
So is there any, but are we overriding people's ownership and by, so let's
I
go
I
back.
think we do if we don't correct the law. This bill will correct that law.
Okay, so if it goes to court, the courts are going to look and see also that this is for a public purpose.
That will be a determining factor they'll look at, yes, ma'am. I think, that's what I believe.
So is there any public purpose for greenhouse gases or carbon?
I haven't heard anyone suggest that that's the reason they're doing it in Louisiana. If they bring that up, then that will be an interesting vote also.
Okay. I wish I would have been able to be a co-author with you when you filed this bill. So
Thank you.
I stand with you because I don't want to move that boundary and that stone for the people of Louisiana.
Yes,
So
thank you.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Coates. Vice Chair Orgeron for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Johnson,
Yes, sir.
I was not here in 2020.
Everybody
Didn't vote
seems
on
to
it.
want to say that.
Well, I wasn't, so I'm just saying. But
Probably
I was
probably were in spirit.
I was surprised at the unanimousness of, you pointed out, House, that was like House committee, House floor, Senate committee, Senate floor.
Can't even get a resolution passed without some of it.
That's correct. So basically what you're saying is there were unintended consequences of that.
There have been, yes, sir.
All righty. And where, going to the four corners of your bill, where in this bill does it prohibit land taking for a natural gas pipeline or an oil pipeline?
It doesn't.
But
Those aren't the
this-
same thing as carbon capture.
In your mind and most people's mind, it's not.
If it had been, they wouldn't have needed to have us pass this law
Got
to
you.
specify that they were different.
If I tell you that for 18 months I ran the Clean Hydrogen Task Force study and our 80 years of hydrocarbon production, refining, and I tell you that going forward, the two will be inextricably linked to each other, then how would we resolve this particular bill? If that is
Well,
how it plays out,
If you say it's one and the same, then voting for this bill won't make any difference. It's all the same. So you don't need the law that we have currently.
no, I'm talking about carbon dioxide sequestration will become part of our hydrocarbon. It is part of it. It's been part of it for 60 years. We've been doing EOR and everything else.
Look, I'm a lawyer. I'm not. You're an expert on the petrochemical industry. I'm not. I'm a lawyer.
Understood.
And I'm just reading the law as it relates. You may have information, but it seems to me that if it was one and the same, why would the bill have been introduced originally in 2020? Because somebody thought that it was different, and the authors that brought it must have thought it was different,
Because-
or all of this wouldn't be necessary.
Because what the task force that I ran determined was that the global market is changing, and the export of our hydrocarbon products going forward, or those products that we produce from the hydrocarbon, the world market will want a lower carbon intensity. That's why this bill, that's not this bill, but the previous bill was done.
The world may change, but our Constitution remains the same until we
I
change it.
totally admit it. I'm just saying if the land taking is that important, that you could have 40 landowners and 39 of them voluntarily sign and one of them doesn't for an oil and gas pipeline, and if carbon dioxide is that one person says they can't do it, then you should also amend the bill to be able to make it for oil and gas not being able to do it as well.
Would you like to make that amendment?
I am not going to make that amendment.
Then I will not either.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Vice Chair Orgeron.
You can say that. And I think Mr. Hurd would like to follow up on that question if he could. Briefly.
Briefly, a lawyer to be brief. I thought this bill itself preserves the transportation storage of carbon dioxide as it relates to recovery of oil and gas. That's not impacted. That's preserved as a function of your oil and gas recovery, and you know a lot more about that than I do. But what I'm saying is, I think it was intentionally isolated in the statute so that this is purely the capture and benign storage, and your oil and gas production is not affected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ogeron. Question, Representative Mack.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, members. Mr. Chair, I just got a brief statement, and then I got a question. Maybe not
Very
so brief.
statement.
I got 3 minutes.
One.
I want to share a story that reflects what HB 7 is really about. It's not politics, it's not industry, but people, heritage, and the meaning of private property in Louisiana. My father-in-law is a Hungarian. His family name is Kovacs, and he still lives on the 40-acre plot of land in Albany, Louisiana, that his grandfather secured more than a century ago. Albany, as many of you know, is the largest rural Hungarian settlement in the United States, located along Highway 43 in Albany-Springfield area. Recently, statewide elected officials visited a Presbyterian church there, a reminder of how deeply rooted and respected this community is. What makes this settlement extraordinary is that it survived when so many other immigrant communities disappeared. And the reason is simple: land ownership. Those early Hungarian settlers, including my father-in-law's grandfather, were able to purchase land from the Breckenridge Lumber Company. He worked at the mill, formed the land, and built a foundation that could be passed down. That same 40 acres went from grandfather to son. And now my father-in-law plans to pass it down to me and my wife, and eventually to my children. On that land, we fry fish, we grill on the carport, and we look out over the fields where strawberries once grew and where my son and I deer hunt. Every story told there is a reminder that this land is more than dirt. It's a memory. It's an identity. It's the reason a community endured. HB 7 speaks directly to the families like this. It affirms that private property belongs to the people who work it, live on it, and pass it down, not to private companies seeking to take it for their own projects. I believe HB 7 this protects property rights, and it's essential to preserving communities, culture, and generational continuity. For the Kovacs family and for countless families across Louisiana, land is a legacy. HB 7 is about ensuring that legacy remains in the hands of the people who built it, the people of the state of Louisiana. My question goes to Mr. Paul Hurd. I heard you say earlier, it was stated earlier, that you helped write the constitutional amendment in 2006. That's correct, right?
That's correct. I was called by Senator Barham at the time, and I was actively involved in the media in saying that Kelo was wrong, and he was kind enough, he was a friend, and he called and said, how do we fix Kelo within the Louisiana Constitution, because something was going to change. And I helped draft the basic list of limiting public purpose of limiting expropriation to limited number of public purposes. And I provided that to Senator Barham, and the part actually about if you take it and then don't use it, you got to give it back to the people you took it from. You can't take it and then sell it to a friend. Those two provisions I wrote and gave to Senator Barham, and I was proud to see that those provisions help protect our right to own property and for it to be taken only for a public purpose, not for economic development.
Could you speak just a little bit about what the Constitution said and what it reflected before the change and what a positive move it was for the people of the state of Louisiana after the amendment was adopted and passed.
Well, I think prior to that Kelo case, our right to property, now there were some, Louisiana was known because it put in a provision that said you can't give it to a third person. That was unique for us relative to the rest of the states, but we generally thought the limitations of taking were public purpose. The problem with Kelo was that the Supreme Court decided that economic development was a public purpose. And I think as I think over 20 states changed their constitutions being shocked at what occurred. And so simply what happened was we said, we don't. The other thing Kelo did was it took it and gave it to a third party to do something that may help the public. Kelo, and in our Constitution now, prohibits economic development or other incidental benefits. So that is not a public purpose. It limits the ability to expropriate and transfer to a third person, and it says if it's not one of our listed public purposes, you can't expropriate. Okay, and that's what we clarified when we saw the big hole that was created by Kelo.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Woody.
May I say, Representative Mack, that the Kelo decision was a federal court decision under the federal Constitution. Our Constitution, starting in 1974, you'd have never had a Kelo decision under our Constitution. But what happened when Kelo occurred, legislators, fearful that that might be somehow imported into Louisiana law, wanted to have even further protections. So the part I read to you was the original Constitution, but further protections were put in as a result of Kelo, not because of any adverse decision here, but as protection against somehow that coming to our state.
Gotcha. Thank you for that response. I got one last question, any of you. So I've heard you speak today about economic growth, right? And how this bill does not prevent economic growth in the state of Louisiana. Can you just quickly explain that one more time, why you believe that to be the truth?
We don't prevent anyone from conducting business just like everyone else does, but we put the property rights of our citizen consistent with our Constitution first. This doesn't outlaw anything. It just says any taking of land will have to be voluntary. And if you have a business that can only operate through the taking of people's property, that's not cooperative agreement. That's not cooperative government or industry. That's coercion. And that's what this bill does. I fully expect that we'll still operate. There'll still be ways to do it, or maybe they negotiate for a higher price to get the property that they want. My hope is that we grow as a state, but I think our legacy is standing up for the laws that are in our Constitution.
Thank you for that response.
If I can add to that particularly, I've done a few things where I've represented clients that couldn't afford to pay, that couldn't afford to protect themselves, and we've done them anyway. What y'all are going to do if you allow these carbon capture to come and say, I'll negotiate, I'll dance, but you got to understand, at the end of the day, I win. Those cases are $100,000 cases for someone who wants to fight to protect their legacy, their inheritance. Or somebody is going, because the businesses can afford it. Your common property owner, you're abandoning them in this moment of their need to simply say, I own it. If you want it, you can buy it from me at my price. And you really have to understand the power that you have over small landowners of what you're doing to them by giving the other side the ability to take. And there is no functional ability in the blue collar, in the rural areas, to fight these suits on a constitutional issue that's going to be tried at court with experts, going to go to an appeal, and then going to go, you hope, to the Louisiana Supreme Court unless you won. You're putting a burden on those people. You're all but flushing there as it relates to the taking for carbon capture storage, which is not listed in the Constitution as a public purpose. You're abandoning the common man's ownership of his property and the ability to defend it. And I just hope that we correct it, because then it goes to the economic world and it's only a question of price.
Representative Mack, may I respond? The argument that this is a public purpose because it's economic development, we already know that the Constitution specifically says economic development is not a public purpose. But also think about this. Carbon capture provides no product. It provides no competitive income. 100% of the income from carbon capture is federal tax credits. So to make the argument that it's economic development and to use that as a grounds for making expropriation of public purpose, when you really analyze that argument, that doesn't hold water.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ventrella for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I want to tell you, I have a unique perspective on this. My district, and Mr. Jenkins, you know my district pretty well. It is filled with a lot of people like myself who come from a blue collar or professional background. And you can ask my husband, I don't really like being told what to do, especially not by the government. And I think that's why the people elected me to come here. But the other part of my district is pro-industry, pro-oil, because so many of my constituents work in the oil field. It's an easy drive to the refineries, and it provides so many jobs. So it's a tough place to be in. It's a tough place. So I've got some questions to ask of the other side. But I want to say I got some guidance. Now, I did not stay in a Holiday Inn last night. Thankfully, I get to sleep in my own bed because I live so close. But I do have a law degree. And I looked at the interesting concurrence of Justice McCallum and something I just wanted to ask directly on. A purported public purpose cannot be speculative or pretextual. It must be genuine and demonstrable. When government exceeds the limitations imposed by the Constitution, the resulting harm is clear. It interferes with the foundation upon which individual liberties rest. So my question to you is, now I'm not a scientist, okay? Got a couple degrees, science isn't one of them, but near as I can tell, your argument here is that they do not have a genuine and demonstrable public purpose, and that does not outweigh essentially the private property rights of the individual. That's right. So that is my first question. Do they not have one? And secondly, near as I understand it, now I'm not a fan, once again, I said I don't like the government telling me what to do. I don't like anybody telling me what to do, but I understand that eminent domain in some context they say we have to do. I hate it, okay? But I like oil. And I like business, and I like infrastructure, and I love the Louisiana economy. So would you say that your legislation helps turn the tides and maybe give a little bit better bargaining power whenever big business or big companies come in and they say, well, we're here, we're going to take your stuff, and then landowner can then say, no. You can't just take my stuff. You got to pay me the price I want.
That's correct.
So what say you?
It has to be voluntary, which is the right of ownership. You decide how much and whether or not you even want to sell it. Whereas The other alternative is to have someone bring you to court and take it for what they value it to be. So, no question, passing this bill gives landowners the rights back and certainly a better negotiating position than having the threat of expropriation over their head.
So would you say in this case, you don't feel, or you guys don't feel legally that the full value of the loss that we have, that what Louisiana law requires, and as I understand it, we're a little bit better than some states, right, when it comes to eminent domain. We got a little extra push. Would you say that there is just not enough money that somebody could throw at somebody to outweigh if I just don't want to sell, I just don't have to?
That's correct.
Okay.
That constitutional right is, to me, it supersedes everything.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
And I think those Hungarians, they may not ever reach the price with Representative Mack the way he described it.
Thank you, Representative Ventrella. Representative Carrier, did you have a question, or you in or out?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rep. Johnson, you know my district, right?
Yes, sir.
And we poor as church mice, pretty much. And this was an opportunity of two of the largest companies in the world coming to Allen Parish, creating hundreds of jobs and making us gazillionaires.
Yes, sir.
That's why I voted for that bill.
Yes, sir.
And do I regret it? Yeah, I do, because it didn't happen.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, thanks for this bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep.
All right, that is the last question. If y'all would mind yielding the table, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you.
We have, could we bring up David Cresson, Tommy Fauché, and Mike Moncla? There you go. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Glad to have you here, and you guys can go in whatever order you want, and please keep it in that 3-minute window, and then you'll be available for question and answer if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Tommy Fauché, President of the Louisiana Mid-Continent Oil and Gas Association. Appreciate the opportunity to be here representing the oil and gas and energy companies of our state. I'm here today to respectfully oppose House Bill 7. For more than 100 years, Louisiana's oil and natural gas industry has powered our economy and supported our communities. For over 50 years, we have transported and sequestered carbon dioxide in Louisiana. We're not talking about new technology. We're talking about using the expertise we have built over generations to create more value for Louisiana-made products and bring more economic opportunities that can keep our industry and our future generations here in Louisiana. Like oil and gas, carbon capture relies on pipelines and infrastructure that must cross multiple properties and communities. For decades, Louisiana has recognized that critical energy infrastructure may require the limited and regulated use of eminent domain. House Bill 7 removes that authority specifically for carbon dioxide, prohibiting expropriation for CO2 pipelines and storage. There is no real difference between a pipeline carrying oil, natural gas, or carbon dioxide when it comes to infrastructure needs. Treating them differently under the law creates inconsistency and uncertainty. And I would add this, eliminating eminent domain for CCS is not the end of the conversation. It is the beginning. It is the first procedural step for opponents of our industry to next go after natural gas pipelines and ultimately all energy infrastructure that makes Louisiana competitive. And that uncertainty does stop investment. Louisiana is well positioned to lead in carbon capture, but only if we maintain a stable and predictable policy environment. Changing the rules in a way that singles out this technology sends a message that Louisiana is not a reliable place to invest. If that happens, projects and the jobs and revenue that come with them will go to other states. Carbon capture strengthens our existing industry, protects jobs, and ensures Louisiana remains a global energy leader. I respectfully ask you to reject House Bill 7. Thank you again for the opportunity to visit with all of you and to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Cresson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. It's an honor to be with you here today. I'm David Cresson on behalf of the Louisiana Chemistry Association, and I'll be brief. We oppose this bill. The bill fundamentally changes the rules of the road for carbon capture and carbon management projects in Louisiana by removing tools that are essential to actually getting these projects built. For our industry, this is straightforward. These projects require large-scale infrastructure, and without the ability to assemble that infrastructure, they simply will not happen. Right now, there are over $100 billion in announced projects tied to carbon capture and related investments across the state. And Louisiana is competing directly with Texas, Mississippi's, and others for that capital. If we signal that Louisiana is not a place where this infrastructure can be developed, that investment will go elsewhere. And once it leaves, it will not come back. These projects mean jobs, long-term industrial growth, and the ability to maintain Louisiana leadership in energy and manufacturing. They're about Louisiana workers and the future of our industrial economy. Demand for low-carbon products is growing, and carbon capture is what allows our manufacturers to compete, keep production here in Louisiana, and continue supporting American industry. Louisiana must maintain a framework that allows these projects to move forward. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cresson. Mr. Moncla.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Guyman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Mike Moncla with the Louisiana Oil and Gas Association. In the oil and gas industry, and particularly here in Louisiana, expropriation has sometimes been used for pipelines, right-of-ways. And to say sometimes is somewhat of an overstatement, as it is very, very rarely used. Pipelines are the arteries that have allowed Louisiana's growth and dominance in natural gas production and refineries, and now today, LNG. Over the past 3 sessions, we've heard testimonies from concerned citizens and some legislators stating, we are all for oil and gas, just not for CCUS. And I have come before you time and time again, explaining to you that the U in CCUS is utilization of CO2. The oil and gas industry uses CO2 to extract oil and gas in a process called EOR, Enhanced Oil Recovery. Part of that process is transporting CO2 by pipeline, of which we all have our industry has done safely for over 30 years. There is no difference in a CO2 pipeline that goes to EOR projects than those that would go to just CCS projects. Most of you know the struggles of our upstream industry over the past decade. And you can see Louisiana's production. You can see it in Louisiana's production and the state's severance tax intake and royalty declines. Last summer, the United States Department of Energy, the DOE, contacted LSU to perform a study of what old oil and gas fields in Louisiana's inland waters would be candidates for EOR projects. The reason for this was because the tax credits for EOR were being increased to $85 a ton, equaling the CCS in President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. And more importantly, the DOE was looking at funding the very expensive front-end costs for EOR projects in Louisiana's inland waters. So LSU contacted me, to which I went to LOGA members, about 15 of them that have state leases that are good candidates for EOR projects in South Louisiana. And we put together a call, and from that call, there are 3 NDAs signed, 2 coming with our members to look at EOR projects in the inland waters of Louisiana. Those projects are going to require pipelines to get from the current pipelines that go through central Louisiana and Denham Springs area all the way to Beaumont. Those pipelines will have to be fed more pipelines to get to these inland water fields. So this bill could cause these projects to go away, and as well as DOE's investment in Louisiana. So if you were truly for oil and gas, this is a bad bill.
Thank you, Mr. Moncla. We do have a couple of questions, but there's also 2 more members of the opposition panel to speak. Would y'all mind if we let them come up and then come to your questions, Representative Doane? Or can we let the other 2 speak and then we'll come to your question, McCormick? For that, they can come back up. They can come back up. Okay. Let's do Lauren Massio. I'm not sure I'm saying that right. Jones Walker and Justin Morocco. Jones Walker. I probably butchered those last names. I'm sorry. I'm going to do that a lot here in a few minutes.
You got mine right, so. And
Okay. Well, there you see.
Much worse.
50-50, right?
Mastio was close enough. So.
Okay. Identify yourself for the record and watch your timer in front of you. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Lauren Mastio, and I'm a partner at Jones Walker Law Firm. I'm a litigator, and I regularly handle right-of-way negotiations and expropriation matters when needed. It's important for you to hear from someone with firsthand experience regarding the expropriation landscape in our state, because expropriation is not some mechanism that is abused. Rather, it's a necessary last resort, and the statistics support that. We obtained information for expropriation cases in 49 of 64 parishes, as information from 15 parishes could not be obtained due to how the records in those parishes are maintained. 90% of all expropriation cases have nothing to do with pipelines. The vast majority are tied to public infrastructure like roads, utilities, water systems, and government projects. Of the pipeline-related cases, many are absentee landowners or succession issues. Over 45 years, 50% of parishes had less than 10 pipeline expropriation cases in total. Another point I want to emphasize is that even if a petition for expropriation has to be filed, it's very rare that the case actually proceeds to a trial resulting in a judgment. The parties continue to negotiate, and the landowner is paid a negotiated price, which typically significantly exceeds the fair market value, as well as what was paid to other landowners. So expropriation suits concerning pipelines are rare, and judgments of expropriation are even more rare. At the end of the day, we do everything we can to work with landowners and ensure they are happy. That way, everyone wins. Even in those limited cases where expropriation is necessary, the court is there as a safeguard to make sure that requirements are met and just compensation is paid. And I want to be very clear, expropriation does not take away ownership. It compensates a landowner for a right-of-way. The expropriation process for pipelines, for any type of pipeline, has not been abused in Louisiana, and the existing law includes stringent safeguards to protect landowners. Ultimately, no property can be expropriated without complying with the Landowner Bill of Rights, which includes good faith negotiations, an appraisal, just compensation, consideration of the location selected, and a determination of public purpose, all as determined by the court. And in the carbon capture utilization sequestration context, landowner protections were expanded even further last year to include a requirement of at least 5 in-person meetings or documented attempts to meet in person. Additionally, the Louisiana Constitution is very clear. It expressly states that the finding of whether an activity is a public or necessary purpose shall be a judicial question. The current law isn't illegal or unconstitutional, as has been suggested here today. It leaves this ultimate determination of public and necessary purpose to the courts. There is zero conflict between the current law and the Constitution. Again, the actual numbers and history show that the pipeline expropriation process has not been abused. And I can sit here today and tell you that as a practicing litigator that handles right-of-way matters and expropriations, expropriation truly is a last resort. But when it's needed, it's critical to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Hi, my name is Justin Morocco, and I'm also a partner at Jones Walker with Mrs. Mastio. Just to start out, and I say this respectfully, but I think there's been a lot of misuse and misapplication of the Constitution. There's been a lot of citations to provisions of the Constitution, particularly subparagraph 1 of Article 1, Section 4, which solely deals with expropriations by the state or political subdivisions. There's an entirely separate constitutional provision, Article 1, Section 4, B4, which deals with expropriations by private entities. That is what's applicable here. All of the provisions regarding Kelo, the limitations on what is a public purpose, or even, frankly, the limitation on economic development, enhancement of tax revenue, and any incidental benefit not being considered as a public purpose, all of those provisions expressly and specifically provide that they only apply to subparagraph 1, which again is a taking by the state or a political subdivision. We are here, pipeline expropriations is done under section B4. That has not been referenced at all today during this committee, and it kind of dovetails with the Plaquemines Port case that's been referenced today. I think there was a statement that the facts were different, but the law is the same. Again, I respectfully disagree. The law is different. So I want to briefly address that and, frankly, why comparing that case to this situation is comparing apples to oranges. At a basic level, the Plaquemines Port case involved different constitutional provisions which would not apply to pipeline expropriations and specifically would not apply to the pipeline expropriations that HB 7 seeks to prohibit. Plaquemines Port involved a political subdivision, the Plaquemines Port, seeking to use its quick take expropriation authority to attempt to take private property for use by a private entity. It would give that use to the private entity. That's expressly prohibited in the Constitution. The private entity did not otherwise have the ability to expropriate under existing law. The provision there, and that's cited throughout the Louisiana Supreme Court opinion, is Article 1, Section 4B1, which again, as I mentioned, is only applicable to takings by the state or political subdivisions. And that expressly provided that that sort of taking, as we talked about with Kelo, is not allowed. But here, a separate provision of the Louisiana Constitution governs expropriations by any private entity authorized by law. They can only be done for a public and necessary purpose and with just compensation paid to the owner. The courts are the ultimate check on this power under the Louisiana Constitution, as that same provision expressly provides that whether the purpose is public and necessary shall be a judicial question. So in reality, the best lesson from the Plaquemines Port case is to show that the Louisiana courts do their job and provide an excellent and effective check on the use of expropriation under the applicable provisions of the Louisiana Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Domain and McCormick, your questions were for the earlier panel. Okay. Representative Domain, you'll go first. McCormick, Mack. And I'll tell you what, since we have 5 people who testified, you all can just call up who you want each time. How about that? So you're first, Representative Domain, for a question.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us that valuable insight, because my questions were actually related to the law and kind of where we are now. And I've spoken a lot about this in the past as far as eminent domain and expropriation with oil and gas. When this all came up, I did call my clerk's office and asked about expropriation in Terrebonne Parish over the last 50 years for oil and gas. And I was told by my clerk that it's only been done in Terrebonne Parish 5 times over the last 50 years. And as a lawyer in this field, would you know why that was used 5 times in the last 50 years? What would be the reason?
We do have the specific data to back it up, so we can look into that. As you can see, we have indexed the reasoning behind each of the expropriations and the bases for those expropriations.
But it's secessions. It's a lot of secession issues that we're dealing with, and that's why to remove eminent domain from the law would be so detrimental to projects in general, because we have secession issues where there's not a clear title on a piece of land, and so it's just really important that we have that provision in the law to be able to move forward. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Many of the pipeline cases that are filed are succession or heirship issues and absentees as well. As we all know, Louisiana can have very complicated title issues. And so you hit the nail on the head. That would be a major issue and essentially cut off a lot of these projects due to issues that are very natural to encounter.
So on the other side of the coin, some may say, if it's so rarely used, why do we need it? So could you maybe elaborate a little bit on that?
Absolutely. I mean, when you need it, because whether it is a succession or heirship track, you need to make sure, under our law, you need consent from 100% of the ownership. And so when you can identify who exactly that ownership is, or they're absentees, or the succession may not have been open yet and they don't have the legal authority to convey the right, then you need a legal remedy in order to be able to proceed. And so that is the example from that perspective. oftentimes, there could be a landowner who doesn't necessarily pay attention to the paperwork that they've received in the mail, or they don't want to be bothered with it. And once you are able to sit down with that individual and explain to them, essentially their rights and follow the appropriate procedure, oftentimes they say, "Oh, I would love to come to the table and negotiate. I didn't understand what this was all about." And, you, of course, need to have the ability to address these very rare scenarios where you can ultimately come to a negotiated agreement. And in that case, that is where the court steps in and serves as a safeguard.
Thank you so much for that very detailed explanation. And can you remind me your partner's name? I'm sorry.
Justin Morocco.
Justin. Okay. Justin, look, I am not a lawyer. I'm a social worker. So sometimes whenever we talk about the law, I need it broken down a little bit more. I did go to graduate school. I have a master's degree. But as far as the law, I just need it to be a little more clear for me. So can you maybe, and for our listeners and for the people watching, so can you maybe elaborate on the law part of that you had said earlier about the Supreme Court with the Plaquemines ruling? Like, in layman's terms, how does that apply here? Because I've heard a lot that, hey, look, we got a gotcha moment now with the Louisiana legislature that the Supreme Court now ruled. However, I don't believe that's accurate, because in my social work terms, I don't believe that's accurate. But I'd like to know, maybe in a little bit simpler terms, how that applies here. And I really appreciate that.
Certainly. I believe it's comparing apples to oranges. Frankly, the applicable Article 1, Section 4, there are two real provisions regarding expropriation, one of which has been cited repeatedly during this hearing. The other one is what's actually applicable to pipeline expropriation. The one that's repeatedly been cited is B1, which is talking about, says that property shall not be taken or damaged by the state or its political subdivisions except for public purposes. And then it goes on to explain what are public purposes as used in subparagraph 1, which is the political subdivision and state provision, and then provides that neither economic development, enhancement of tax revenue, or incidental benefits to the public shall be considered in determining that, as those terms are used under subparagraph 1 of this Constitution. The provision that's applicable to pipelines is following that, which is subparagraph 4 of subsection B of Article 1, Section 4. Sorry, I had to go through all of that. But it's a separate one, and it specifically provides property shall not be taken or damaged by any private entity authorized by law to expropriate, except for a public and necessary purpose, and with just compensation paid to the owner. In such proceedings, whether the purpose is public and necessary shall be a judicial question. The provisions that were applicable in the Plaquemines Port case, because that was a situation where a public body was taking private property to then give it to use for a private entity, that fell under B1, and specifically what they were trying to do had been barred after the Kelo decision back in 2006 when the Constitution was amended. That specific taking private property, and it really arose out of the blighted property in New Orleans where the city was taking the property and trying to give it to public entities for economic development. That's really what, if you look back at the legislative minutes of that's really what the main impetus behind it was. That's not what's applicable to pipelines, and that's not what we're talking about here today. So I just really wanted to clear that the applicable provisions are something different, that really none of the limitations on public purpose that they talked about, that's specifically to subparagraph 1 of this paragraph. The economic development portion they talked about, that's specific to subparagraph 1, and that's all like Plaquemines Port, where a political subdivision, a state entity, is taking private property to then give it to some sort of private entity, which is not what's happening here, which is it's a private entity that's authorized by the law, according to the Constitution, and as allowed by the Constitution, that is going to expropriate a pipeline servitude. I hope I tried to break it down.
No, you did. So So the constitutional ruling, the Supreme Court ruling that came out is for the port, not the pipeline. Okay.
And a pipeline actually wasn't even at issue in that case.
All right.
What they were going to give the property to was actually a facility. So a pipeline wasn't involved in that case whatsoever, had nothing to do with that case. And what the private entity wanted to use the land for was actually not a purpose that the legislature has authorized by law to potentially be expropriated.
No, I truly appreciate that that insight on that. It seems like there's a lot of interpretations of the Constitution and the Bible here today, and so I truly appreciate you guys coming to the table for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Domain. Representative McCormick Ford. Who do you want up? I'm sorry. I need to make your hot. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, guys. And let me ask you this question. You were talking about the succession issues. If we put an amendment on these bills, taking the succession issues out, would you support the bill?
I think it goes beyond the succession issues.
So really, that's not really. I mean, we talk every time we have this discussion. We talk about the succession issues, which is a reasonable problem to me. I understand that, but every time we ask the question, nobody yet had said they would support the bill if we took it out. I just wondered if y'all would.
I don't think so, because the problem is beyond the succession issue in very, very, very rare circumstances. And as I've said here today, when you need it, you need it.
Do you really, and this is another thing we constantly deal with. Eminent domain is used as a hammer to hold over these people's heads, saying, all right, we have eminent domain. If you don't want to sign these papers, we're going to hit you with this hammer. Do you not really know that goes on out there? Are you really unaware of that?
And Rick McCormick, it is certainly stated, but there are numerous protections to landowners in this entire process, some of which were just instituted last year, additional protections specifically for CCS pipelines. So while it is stated that, yes, because the law requires us to tell you when we send the letter, that's a requirement of the law that the expropriating entity says why I can take your property and lay that all out to them. And then they're subject to additional protections and timeframes before even an expropriation suit can be brought in court. And then the ultimate protection is they're entitled to a jury trial for the compensation that can be paid to them for their property.
And so you think it's reasonable? We had testimony earlier that it would probably cost the landowner somewhere around $100,000 to try this case. You think that's reasonable for most landowners small landowners are dealing with this?
I would respectfully disagree with that figure. In a multitude of scenarios, we have landowners who seek the assistance of legal aid. I know the Southern Law Center is one where many landowners go and seek someone to actually file answers on their behalf, and also engage with the attorneys from a negotiation perspective. And so there are those resources that are available, and that's most frequently what we do see. Just to sort of piggyback on what Mr. Morocco said, in my personal experience, I have never encountered a scenario where it has been an abusive or threatening situation. I have always been able to productively engage in discussions with landowners, understand their concerns, address those concerns. And in the vast majority of the cases that I have handled, they are resolved by virtue of negotiation. And the only case that I have actually had to secure a final judgment of expropriation in connection with was a succession and heirship tract.
And you're an attorney. I'm not saying that's not correct, but out there where the landmen are, that's not correct. That's not, the bullying tactics happen. We've had numerous people tell us how this actually works, and that's very intimidating to people. Who did y'all say y'all work for?
We're with Jones Walker.
Do y'all represent, I guess, people that you are compensated for your testimony today, basically. I mean, your job depends on this testimony.
No, I would not say my job depends on it. I get paid a salary by my employer, so I'm certainly being paid by my employer, but I'm not here on behalf of anyone. I'm here on behalf of Jones Walker.
And I would also like to say, based off of my involvement with economic development organizations, I have firsthand seen the benefits of CCS in connection with these economic development projects, and I've seen the benefits for the state. And, I am personally concerned in my individual capacity as a resident of the state of Louisiana regarding what would happen if we cut off these projects.
And you're saying if this law passes that the projects are cut off, that's your testimony today, because this is just about private property rights.
I believe that the pipelines that are associated with these projects are an integral part of the projects and the economic development in our state.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McCormick, does that finish your questions?
It did.
Okay. Representative Mack for a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for all of y'all. I don't know if you heard the testimony I gave earlier about how my father-in-law had inherited his property and we plan on giving it to our kids. So in a case where it wasn't a succession and multiple heirs and you wasn't able to get in the hold to him, I mean, say for instance, you were able to get in touch with him. You went to his house and you spoke with him and he just simply decided, I don't want a pipeline on my property, and I don't want carbon sequestration for long-term storage under my property. You feel it's right for you to have the power and authority to take it against his will?
I think as a last result, it is necessary. And what I will say is that we make every effort to look at alternative routes, how to best accommodate. In a lot of these scenarios, the pipelines are placed in pre-existing industrial corridors, and the location is taken into consideration on the front end. And if there are express concerns that are voiced, they are taken into consideration as well. And again, you have the court as a check who's also looking at the location and ensuring that it is reasonable and not in bad faith. And then you have the compensation aspect of it. And again, I want to emphasize that it is not taking, I've heard the word stealing a few times here today. It is not stealing property. It is compensating someone for a right of way, and ownership remains with that landowner. So in this case, you're looking at an underground facility, and the rights of expropriation have existed for decades with respect to various infrastructure. I mean, high voltage electrical lines. And so the fact that a pipeline could be located underneath someone's property and someone is compensated for that as a last resort, I think is a legal necessity.
And I think Representative Mack, to that point,
Hold on just a second. Point of order, I don't believe anybody asked.
I believe he said the question was for all of us, Representative McCormick.
I'm not asking that question. No.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Mack has the microphone. And the
I'm
question
okay,
was to
Tommy.
who, Representative Mack?
I'm okay with Tommy if you answering the question, if you think that it's fair and right and justice to take my father-in-law's property or other family members or residents of the state of Louisiana. I got a good friend of mine who lives in French Summit, Louisiana, and for whatever reason, he's opposed to a CO2 pipeline being within a certain distance from his home. And, he's in favor of this bill and asked me to be in favor of it. And I'm trying to figure out why y'all feel like it's okay to. She was trying to define steal earlier, but but you're taking people's property against their will and you're paying them what you think is fair to pay them and not against their will. They don't want to sell the property. So how do you think that's right and just?
So first, the terms have been used very loosely. Steal, take. I think somebody even said take by force. I don't know what that looks like. There is a difference. We're talking about land use. However, interchangeably, we continue to hear steal and take. And I think to the point we were talking about the right-of-way in the land use, I think we have to be very clear land use as opposed to steal and take. We also, I think, need to also remember, I go back to the testimony that all three of us gave here just a short while ago. Carbon capture, CO2 pipelines should be treated as all other energy infrastructure. We've been doing that for almost 100 years, 75 for sure, in building out. For those of you who I know have participated and have had the opportunity to sit down either with us, with the Department of Conservation, and you look at that pipeline map of Louisiana, I think what you see is there are pipelines of all types. They should be treated equally.
And I would just add, I think there was a statement, Rep. Mack, I would just respectfully disagree. You said, and you pay what you want to pay. As we've talked about, it is you're paid what either the court sets, or if you demand a trial by jury, what a jury of your peers sets, because these are all of these expropriations are happening in the parish where the property is located. So it is your neighbors who are setting the value of that land use right that is seeking to be taken. So it's not what the company wants to pay, it's what either the judge who's from that local parish or what a jury of your peers sets for that compensation.
Even if the private property owner who worked and paid and bought the property disagrees with the price that you're offering and that the court awards, you get to take it.
The court awards, the court sets what is just compensation, which is what our Constitution provides.
Okay, I just got a couple more questions. I heard you reference earlier, state constitution, Article 4, or Article 1 for, I was just reading it. Can you tell me exactly what that says? I don't think it's very long.
Are you talking about, there's multiple sub-provisions. I have it right here. It's actually 2 pages long, which...
Just Article 1 for B4, is that what you referred to earlier?
B4, yes. So what B4 says is, property shall not be taken or damaged by any private entity authorized by law to expropriate except for a public and necessary purpose and with just compensation paid to the owner. In such proceedings, whether the purpose is public and necessary shall be a judicial question.
Okay, I was just trying to get some clarity here. It says, except for a public and necessary purpose, right? So my question is can you identify the specific public purpose that justifies taking private land for a private CO2 pipeline or a CO2 long-term storage project?
And I think when I answer this, because I know what you're insinuating is we have to remember that the provision that keeps being cited for the statement that neither economic development, enhancement of tax revenue, or any incidental benefit to the public shall not be considered in terms of public purpose, that doesn't apply to subsection 4, specifically under the express words of the Constitution. So these projects not only help sell and create additional markets for Louisiana natural gas, they create hundreds of thousands of jobs. They provide tax revenues. They provide local benefits to the public, any innumerable items. And specifically, for any specific project, that public and necessary purpose is going to have to be determined by a court, and you will have to prove to the court that what you're doing and what you're using it for is for a public and necessary purpose. Very fact-specific inquiry, project by project. So maybe the court finds one project is a public and necessary purpose, but the other one isn't. But again, the Constitution expressly puts that determination with the judiciary. Whether the purpose is public and necessary shall be a judicial question. So I think it's a public purpose, and for the reasons I stated, but ultimately it's left to the courts by the Constitution to determine whether that's accurate or not in each specific case.
And I think the CO2 transportation of CO2 in the same way we transport oil and natural gas, they're all part of one infrastructure system that supports the oil and gas and energy industry.
Okay, no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Representative Mack. Members, I would put you on notice that we're 1.5 hours from having to go to the floor. Just so you'll have that in your head as you're asking questions, try to keep this thing moving best we can. Before I go to Representative Coates, I do have one quick question, like this, it's really short. You believe it's a public purpose, and you stated jobs, huge amounts of investment, et cetera. Is there, like, where does that stop? Like, is it a number that in your head is if it's X number, then it's public purpose, or is it, I didn't quite follow your thought on that.
And I don't have a bright line, and luckily, under the Constitution, I don't have to decide that. Thankfully,
Judicial, I understand.
judicial,
But I mean,
so-
you said that you believed it was a public purpose, so I'm asking you what you thought that number was.
And I don't have a bright line, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think it is looking at the specific project, looking at what it is bringing in terms of jobs, in terms of benefits. That's all going to be very fact specific.
But I mean,
So
is
there's no
that
bright
fair? Is that fair? I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Is that fair to the person who maybe you thought didn't provide enough jobs, didn't get to use that same authority as the person who brought more jobs? I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I think that economic development is a factor in everything, and unfortunately, it's just that's the way the world works in all different aspects. So I don't think there's a bright line aspect of this many jobs that's the cutoff point. I think it's the showing that you have to make that for this specific project, what we're bringing, this rises to a public and necessary purpose as provided by the courts.
Okay. So, okay. I think I heard you. There's not a number then. Like, it's just pretty much if it creates jobs, then they ought to be able to use eminent domain.
I do not, to answer your question succinctly, I do not have a bright line number, Mr. Chairman.
So the hamburger joint on the corner is, okay.
Well,
good.
Mr. Chairman, the hamburger joint doesn't have the ability to expropriate under the existing laws.
I understand, but the same analogy would apply if anyway. Okay, I'm sorry. Representative Coates, I won't ask any more questions of you. Representative Coates.
Thank you, Mr. So you've been talking about not stealing property or taking property because it's a right-of-way. But if that grandpa has that property and then his grandkids and stuff later want to go build a house or a development where that pipeline now is on their private property, haven't you taken their property away from them for future use?
The pipelines that we are here talking about today are no different from any of the other pipelines that we address, the petroleum pipelines or the natural gas pipelines. So this is not a scenario that is unique to carbon dioxide pipelines. So I would like to start by kind of, laying that foundation, and the same is true as it relates to other infrastructure. We cannot necessarily know what someone is going to want to do with property 50 years down the road. But in the extremely rare instance that expropriation is necessary as a last resort, it is done in a location that is the most reasonable. Right. And so that location is something that the court will take into consideration and will always seek to do it in the most unobtrusive area. And like I said, oftentimes these pipelines are located in areas where there are pre-existing pipelines because they're in industrial corridors. So the addition of a CO2 pipeline may not necessarily interfere with anyone's use of their property.
But some of these projects are going in rural areas where there are no existing pipeline right-of-ways. And they might have thousands of acres and, there might be plans to go further, and develop that property. And yes, you may not know what's coming in the future, but that should be their right to decide what they want to do with that property in the future and not be taken from their right.
With all due respect, I think that same scenario arises in any expropriation context. So unless we are trying to do away with expropriation altogether, which I don't think anyone is seeking to do, it's very unlikely that is going to be the scenario. And again, I want to emphasize the statistics here and what we're talking about. I understand that there is a lot of fear around the concept of expropriation, but in reality, it is so rarely used for the purpose of pipelines. And at the end of the day, typically negotiations prevail, and it is a win-win.
Okay, let's move on. Under Article 1, Section 4B, property cannot be taken if the predominant use is for private property. Private entity, correct?
Rep. Coates, that provision which you're citing to, which is B1, again, that solely applies to takings by the state or the political subdivision of the state, which is not what we're talking about here with pipeline expropriation.
So tell me it was part of Section 4 that you were talking about again.
So it's B4. So if you go down, and it specifically states, property shall not be taken or damaged by any private entity authorized by law to expropriate, except for a public and necessary purpose and with just compensation paid to the owner. In such proceedings, whether the purpose is public and necessary shall be a judicial question. That's the provision that applies to this situation that we're here on.
Okay, but isn't there still a need for that pipeline and all, I guess even the carbon, it has to have a duty to serve?
It just needs a public and necessary purpose. And again, that's a decision and a determination that's made by the court based on a fact-specific showing in each expropriation case. And that's why the courts are a great backstop, even though it dealt with a different area of the law, as Plaquemines Port shows us. They are a backstop to show that whenever you're trying to go outside the bounds of what's allowed under the laws of our state constitution, the court's there to check that and say, no, that's not allowed. You cannot do that.
Okay. But let's see. All right, so I'm still trying to get off of 4B. Under that section, though, does it still have to prove that public use has to indirectly or directly benefit the public? Is that included in that section?
The provision about incidental benefits that's been cited, that's in subsection B3, which again solely deals with takings by the state or a political subdivision as provided when it references pursuant to subparagraph 1.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Coates. Representative McCormick for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to the attorneys there, y'all spoken about pipelines, but this bill deals with subsurface eminent domain. Do y'all think that's a public necessary purpose also, or are y'all not here to speak on subsurface eminent domain?
Rep. McCormick, I believe that was actually done away with 2 sessions ago, which was when we instituted the unitization. What this bill deals with is specifically pipelines for both CCS and EOR. It actually bans EOR pipelines.
We're talking. That's not my question.
And so what I'm saying is there was no right to expropriate the subsurface for CCS. That had been done away with, I think, 2 sessions ago.
So I guess you're using legal lingo when you use forced unitization, forcing somebody in the unit against the will. Is that you don't think this bill addresses that then?
This bill does address 1104.2 and it repeals it. So it also repeals unitization.
And that was my question. Are y'all here to oppose that also, or just the pipeline issue?
We're here to oppose the bill in its entirety.
Okay, then what is the public and necessary purpose of storing CO2 underground?
Again, Rep. McCormick, it's the same thing that we talked about with the other provisions, the jobs, the economic development, the industry that it creates, and the ability to sell Louisiana products in foreign markets. Those all go to that public purpose determination for those unitizations as provided for in 1104.2.
So you think just jobs, that's it? There's no environmental benefit, there's nothing there, but just jobs, is that correct?
I'm focused solely on the jobs and the economic development.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. All right, that's all the questions I had. Mr.
And I
Chairman.
think it's worth pointing out that
I'm sorry, I didn't ask you a question. Somebody can ask you
there
one.
was a pretty free flowing between all the panel members during the other side's presentation, Representative.
I'm just focused on the hamburger we were talking about a few minutes ago.
So I would point out that it's one
Brief comment,
complete
please. Thank you.
industry. It's one
Go ahead.
complete industry, and I think it is particularly important to recognize because there are economic benefits that are of value to a large number of people in this state who are also Louisianans as well.
Vice Chair Orgeron for a question.
If we're done with the opposition people, I'd like to call up someone from LED if they put in a white card.
We would get to that very shortly. Thank you, Vice Chair. Representative McCormick, point of order.
Yes, I will be glad to ask Mr. Fouché a question if he would.
Okay, I think you've used your two. You're up. Let's move forward, please. All right. Next question, Representative Zarang.
He had an LED question. LED.
All right. Representative Ventrella for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Guys, I think you heard my testimony earlier. I truly want to be an ally to the industry. I'm trying to wrap my head around this, and clearly government, they love to change their mind, don't they? We just like to flip-flop and go around. And my question is, what are we going to do if our all-knowing and all-encompassing federal government changes its mind again about the 45Q tax credits? Where do you see carbon capture going from that point forward?
So I think it's important to I welcome this question. It is important to recognize that a lot of the investment coming to Louisiana, and my guess is LED will say the same, is not directly tied to 45Q. I understand why people keep saying that. But the truth is, when you look at a lot of the oil and gas and energy companies that currently, and many of them have operated in Louisiana for decades, that call the United States home as well, who are also then working to build out energy opportunities, not just here, but around the world, I think what you're seeing is that a lot of them are moving forward with their projects because in a free enterprise system, there are markets for a lot of the products that come from that infrastructure, a lot of which we are leading in and building out in Louisiana. So yes, was 45Q something talked about quite a bit at the beginning of this? Yes, because I think President Trump and others said they want that to be part of the mix. Do I think it's required, and do we believe that is the driving force behind the nearly now $100 billion of investment coming to Louisiana? We don't. So we've seen this, and I think it's important because when we continue to talk about the fact that CCS is part of the larger oil and gas industry, we have seen from Congress to Congress, from federal administration to federal administration, changes in offshore leasing, trying to stop LNG permitting. We've seen all of this. We've seen the government work with NGOs to block pipelines, moving product across this country. That does change. And I'd imagine that Congress and the federal government will continue to change. And I think as we've even recognized here today, the legislature has the power to change laws. What I could tell you is what we have learned for decades by that back and forth in policy at the federal level is that it provides uncertainty. It sends companies who invest in our state and provide jobs. It sends those companies to other states and other countries. And so I think it's important that we are seeing an industry that wants to continue to invest in Louisiana as it has for 100 years because it sees market opportunity on the global stage. Whether we like it or not, Louisiana is part of this nation's energy strategy and this nation's ability to play and to be part of a global economy. We are part of a global economy. It's why some of the world's largest companies choose to invest here. And by the way, that means 306,000 Louisianans go to work every day. They're at work today, too, working in this industry.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, and I guess that's one of my biggest reservations about it is what if we change our mind? What if we don't have the Green New Deal anymore? We're still going to be
this is not
sequestering
part of the Green New
carbon. Yeah. But I'm just
Part
saying,
of Louisiana's
if
oil and gas industry,
sentiment-
which has been around for 100
if the sentiments change federally, then do we see ourselves in the same position? And that's just what I want to make sure of.
I think if there are markets for products, businesses, just like the stores in your communities, if somebody wants to walk through the door and buy what they are selling, then that business will continue to invest and hopefully grow if they're here in Louisiana. And I think that's the same for our industry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ventrella. Question, Representative Domain. Members, we're 1 hour from floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to my colleague, we don't legislate on what ifs. And so what we have to deal with right now is what we've got presented in front of us. And Tommy, I'm not sure if you can provide me this information or someone else can provide me this information who's at the table, but how much of the United States economy is tied to 45Q tax credits? Not just the Louisiana economy. We know we've got a lot that is kind of contingent on this, but to say that a United States senator is going to go to Washington and remove 45Q tax credits, what's that going to do to the United States economy?
Look, we need predictable energy policy, period. That makes that is how Louisiana and this country will maintain its energy dominance position. I think that's extremely important. I go back to businesses and companies are investing in this state, enter the energy economy, in CCS, because they see real market opportunities.
Can someone else take the bite out of that apple? Does anybody else know about the United States economy and tied to 45Q, or possibly LED may know that a little bit later?
And I'm sorry, Rep. Deming, I'm not able to provide that information.
And I should have said, I do not know what percentage of the U.S. economy.
Yeah, whenever
is tied to
LED gets up
45Q.
here, I'll make sure I'll ask that question. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Domain. I think we have no questions for you, but we do have one for Mike from Representative McCormick did not get to ask you his question. One question to you, 3 minutes. Let's do this quickly. And then we will call up on deck LED and Department of Natural Resources for information purposes. Representative McCormick for a very quick question, and gentlemen at the table for a very quick answer. Thank you.
Mr. Monaco, you mentioned if we would be for this bill if we were really for oil and gas. I think that was your kind of part of your last statement you made.
Pipeline side, yeah.
Yeah, and you know I'm a member of your organization. That's correct. And you don't poll your organization before you take a position on a bill, do you?
Not necessarily.
Right. So you didn't ask my opinion as a member of your organization what I thought. But one of my main concerns, and we've discussed it immensely, and most of the lobbyists in here have opposed my bill that's concerned about stranding reserves below the CO2 plume. What is your thoughts on that?
We were going to run a bill on that as well, and I think we decided to do a study resolution on it because we're not quite there yet with the department coming up with rulemaking. So it's kind of hard to do the bill you're wanting to do without the rulemaking already in place. But I agree with you. That needs to be addressed.
All right, Representative McCormick and Mike, let's bring that into House Bill 7 as quick as we can, please.
Talking about subsurface eminent domain.
Okay.
That's what this bill would eliminate the stranded reserves. That's how I was bringing it into that. So that is my concern moving forward. I think the traditional oil and gas is under attack, and I think we need to be concerned about subsurface eminent domain in this bill. That I presume you're opposing that too. Is that correct?
What I'm opposing on this bill is what it will do to pipelines. If I want to get a pipeline to Caddo Pine Island, and there's one one person that won't do it, I mean, I can't get you a pipeline to your field.
Don't need it. We don't need CCS in our field, so we're not.
What about EOR? I'm talking about. That was my statement was on EOR.
Right. Okay. Your statement was EOR. I would, if that was a holdup for your support of this bill, I would be glad to amend that out if you wanted me to. So.
Well, I think it goes beyond that, because next thing you know, it's gas pipelines. It's every kind of pipeline you can think of if we start trying to do it.
And I could say, if you take away our private property rights, you can take away our Second Amendment rights, you take away our freedom of speech. That can be said the same thing. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. Gentlemen, that's all the questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to, if I could have Paige Carter with LED, Dustin Davison with Department of C&E, and Blake Canfield with C&E. For information purposes only. On deck, Treasurer Fleming for information purposes only. Good almost afternoon, and welcome to Natural Resources Committee. Just introduce yourself for the record, please, and you can begin. Watch your yellow light. When it comes on, you'll need to start wrapping up. Thank you.
Paige Carter. I serve as the Chief Business Development Officer at Louisiana Economic Development. Our mission is simple. It is to cultivate jobs and economic opportunity for the people of Louisiana. Most importantly, it's the people of Louisiana and all 64 parishes that we have the privilege to serve. Many of you have probably heard Secretary Bourgeois' words, capital flows where it is treated best. Most importantly, the predictability is foundation for how, where, when, and why capital flows. And so what I'm here today to talk about is really that predictability factor. And so when we look at large-scale projects, these projects require an entire ecosystem. The unique aspects in which we're competing for today are not what we competed for 2 years ago or 5 years ago when y'all are talking about 2020. This is today. This is unique opportunity. And importantly, being able to look at pipelines, permitting, water, all of these different components have to be done in parallel, not sequentially over time. And so as it was talked about, when we talk about oil and gas and that stated public good or that public use that Speaker Pro Tem Johnson mentioned, it's very important to look at CO2 pipelines similar to oil and gas. And so there was a statement that those oil and gas pipelines are really critical to public good and public service. And so many of those products that we're talking about and commodities that we're talking about today, whether it's fuel, whether it's ammonia, whether it's steel, are all really there for public use, just as oil and gas pipelines and oil and gas commodities are right now. That's both domestically and importantly right now, our global allies as well. And so the ability to transport, capture and transport CO2 and that pure CO2 enables Louisiana products to benefit public use globally. So whether we're talking about ExxonMobil in the hand sanitizer or the sterilization tools or the sterilization chemicals that are used in the medical field, maybe it's CF and Representative Brass District, where we're talking about being able to fuel and being able to heat the homes in Japan of our allies right now, or if we're talking about BASF that manufactures the key components that go into the diapers that Speaker Pro Tem Mike Johnson mentioned his 2-year-old grandson getting to utilize. all of these are for public goods when it comes to ultimate use. And so we are very fortunate under Governor Landry's leadership. We have seen unbelievable momentum with the largest capital investment years in Louisiana history, the largest job creation in Louisiana history. What we will not see is that continued momentum or those statements of final investment decisions coming to reality and coming to fruition for our communities if we don't have a predictable ecosystem for those such investments to come to fruition. So happy to answer any questions. Representative Domain, to your question about 45Q, in the country, there is only $77.5 billion of capital investment based on 45Q. So if you put that in perspective, last year, the state of Louisiana had over $60 billion invested in 1 year. So you can see the scale, it's quite small.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. I'm obliged to see Vice Chair in the chair and Mr. Davidson.
Thank you very much. Dustin Davidson, Secretary, Department of Conservation and Energy. Thank you all for having us here. Really appreciate it. Really want to focus in on the pipeline certificate process. I think there's a lot of confusion over how that process operates, and there's a lot of confusion over the fact that some seem to think that the department is giving companies the ability to take land from landowners. First, I want to say nobody's land is being taken. It is the use of that land that companies are seeking. And more importantly, when we're thinking of pipelines, these are not pipelines that will be on the surface. They will be on the subsurface. The surface remains for the landowner to use however they determine. Even the subsurface, if there are, as long as it abides by the contract that is signed between that company and the landowner itself. The certificate process is something that a company goes through in order to receive that ability to have that expropriation authority should they need it in the future. That certificate is issued formally by the Commissioner of Conservation, now under the authority of the Secretary. But most importantly, you've heard it from multiple folks that testified before. At the end of the day, that determination is made by the court, by a jury of your peers, by your community that determines whether that taking of property or that use of property is appropriate or not. If it is not appropriate, then the court then makes that determination and says, no, you cannot use that authority that was granted to exercise your right to use that land. So I want to make that clear. There's no land being taken. There's no land being forced to be sold. It is just the use of that property so that infrastructure can continue to operate. Another thing that we heard mentioned was, that in some rural cases, there may not be pipeline infrastructure that's there. It's important to understand that these projects are deciding to locate where they are because of two things: the emissions and the infrastructure. No project is going to decide to locate where they don't have a pipeline where they can transport or have the access to build a pipeline where they can't transport, nor will they decide to build a sequestration project nowhere near where the emissions are. The farther you are away from your emissions, the more money you're going to spend to transport those emissions to the sequestration site. Furthermore, if there's no right-of-way that already exists, the more you're going to have to pay and the more you're going to have to go through in order to get that right-of-way to then be able to build the project. So it's important to understand that these decisions are already made before a company comes to the department, asks for their certificate, and then decides to move forward with the construction of a sequestration project or a pipeline project. Last thing I want to note, we talked about landmen using that certificate as their hammer that they wave around. At the department, we take that very seriously. There have been instances where folks have reached out to us and told us. We corrected that issue immediately. But if there are issues of that and you're not telling us, you're not helping to solve the problem. We need to know that on the front end so that we can be a part of the solution as well. And as I said, we take that very serious. We go out to these companies. I've made calls myself to ensure that landmen are not exercising their authority under the guise of the department. So I just want to leave it there, and we'll open it up to my Executive Counsel, Blake Canfield.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Blake?
Blake Canfield, Executive Counsel for the Department of Conservation and Energy. Just kind of jumping off of what the Secretary said regarding the certification process. So the bill touches on several different things and includes both pipelines for CCS, pipelines for EOR, as well as there is still an expropriation for the storage reservoir when we're talking about, I think it's Caldwell Parish, and then finally the unitization process, which Representative McCormick brought up. And again, just kind of outlining the unitization process there, it does require a finding of public necessity by the agency before going forward with it. But the thing that it does add that I guess is maybe not appreciated often is it also involves a lot of the regulatory decisions around the operations of the unit, ensuring that it's being developed orderly. You don't have multiple operators fighting over space or trying to act at cross purposes. And it also sets a baseline, which I know we have talked about this a lot more last session regarding the compensation part of the unit. If you are allowing the unit to go forward, it's going to have to set forth a baseline or a minimum on the compensation piece, above which the parties can always agree, of course, from a contractual standpoint. But I do think that is a level of protection that would otherwise not exist. It would just go straight to some type of expropriation in the court. So happy to answer any questions that you
We do have a few questions. Thank you. Members, we are 55 minutes from the floor. Representative Domain for a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that we're in a, want to be timely, but I think this is a very important conversation to be had in the public in front of not only our audience, but also people back home. And so I'd just be obliged if we can continue that. So just to get back to 45Q, just real quickly. There is an economic linkage in the United States estimated to involve hundreds of billions of dollars in potential projects investments through 2042. Currently, there's about $104 billion worth of investments in the United States linked to 45Q, and those are going to continue to be in about $800 billion between 2025 and 2042. So it seems to me like this is a very important part of the Trump economic package. It was a very important part of the big, beautiful bill. And I can't imagine somebody going to Washington and trying to disrupt the Trump economy and disrupt the economy of the United States. It just doesn't seem very proactive, especially for Louisiana. So I just want to be on the record that this is a very much important part of our economy and the Trump's economy.
Yes, I would agree with that. One of the important things is that within LED, and Representative DeWitt asked me this last year when I was at the table, is that when we're assessing projects for viability and prioritizing resources for those, we do take a look at whether or not they are dependent upon such a tax credit. And so the majority of our programs or the majority of our investments that we are evaluating within the department are not dependent upon that credit to come to fruition. To some of my colleagues that testified earlier, the majority of these investors have the capital and have the ability to bring this to bear because of market demands, not the reliance on underwritten tax credits.
And I have one more follow-up question. Do you think it's the job of the Louisiana legislature to pick and choose which tax credits Louisiana businesses can utilize for business growth?
Would that be from a federal level or a state level?
From a federal level.
I believe that should be left to the federal government.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Domain. Question, Representative Bryant. Question, Representative Jacob Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, what do you, as the department, if this bill would pass, what would the department's take on it doing to all integrity of all pipelines?
That's actually a great question. So if you don't have the ability, the safest and best practice when it comes to building pipelines is a straight line from point A to point B, as straight as you possibly can make it. If you don't have the ability to build a pipeline in that manner and you have more breaks, more turns, more curves in that pipeline, that's more points of failure. So while I can't necessarily say a specific percentage or number of quantify the lack of safety that it will create, I can say that we know that it would result in a less safe environment for a pipeline because of the amount of welds or different components that the hexagon or polygons that you'd have to build in order to make this pipeline to go around different properties that may not want to contribute.
And I got one more question, Mr. My next question. So you have Lockhart's Crossing that exists about 10 miles from this building. That pipeline was built from Mississippi to Lockhart's Crossing. That was by natural CO2 occurring in Mississippi to flow and produce EOR in Lockhart's Crossing. Let's say that CO2 deplenishes, but that pipeline gets connected to, say, CF Industries, right? Would that pipeline exist for EOR? Would that fall into the rails where somebody could use expropriation? With that situation, right?
Yeah, so the law does in its current state allow for expropriation for EOR as well.
So my next question. So if in Mississippi, I would call it belching CO2, right? And it's coming this way for EOR. And I lost that, so now I'm hooked up to CF Industries. Let's say I can't handle the tons that CF Industries producing, because right now CF Industries is trying to produce the amount of ammonia, because the rest of the world, because of the strait, is closed right now, so the ammonia in the rest of the world is being cut off. So let's say I have to either shut down the ability to produce oil, or I got to figure out something else. So somebody can take off of my line and go to a carbon storage facility. Would that be aiding oil and gas?
I mean, yes, theoretically, it would be aiding oil and gas. It would be aiding the production.
So the ability to produce oil, where I can go to the pump and tank up for less than $3 at some point in the world, because what people don't realize is at some point they don't make any more oil. What we have found, the reserves that are out there are the reserves. So EOR is actually the ability to produce more reserves, because when you look at what we produce less than 10% per zone, right? EOR, which is CO2 flowed through a zone. My point being, you answered my question. Yeah, I was just curious, where would that fall, and does it actually aid oil and gas?
Yeah, I would actually expand a little bit more. So if you look at Alberta, Canada, this is exactly what they're going through right now. And their ability, they have a ton of oil reserves, didn't necessarily have the ability to capture those reserves. And so they are using EOR in order to do that, in addition to the storage of that as well for the export, because they're now in the process of exporting oil to Asian countries through the Puget Sound. And more importantly, they're doing it right now without any tax credit or anything like that. It's just something that they've decided to do. And so when you look at other countries like that taking that initiative, it is a signal that the industry is moving in that direction. That's what the oil and gas industry has always done. It's always innovated. So when you give it the ability to innovate, you find new ways to capture resources to then sell to markets.
Like hydraulic fracturing.
Exactly.
Which was poison in the 90s. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Landry. 45 minutes to the floor, members. Representative DeWitt for a question. Quick one, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, you had mentioned earlier about these landmen that go out and threaten and scare landowners with using eminent domain if they don't sign a lease to CO2, oil and gas, whichever one. Who regulates them?
Well, the legislature passed the landman protection. I can't remember the name of it, but legislature created the law last year that governs how they operate.
And who regulates them?
Yeah, there is no regulatory arm.
Body.
So they can go out and do this?
As was mentioned previously in that court process, though, for the taking or the use of that property, it is determined that there was appropriate negotiation. I can't remember the exact term that was used, but there was fair negotiation in the process. And so I guess that would be the opportunity to discuss that in that court process.
Well, you said you called them, didn't you, a while ago in your testimony?
Yes, I have before, yes.
So what does that do?
In many cases, it has resulted in these companies speaking directly with the legislators that represent those areas where that activity has taken place. It has resulted in conversations that I've had with those operating companies to make sure that when they do move forward with whatever practice that they do, that they provide adequate representation and notice to every single landowner that is in that right of way to make sure that everybody is notified, not just by the legal process, but also go above and beyond. Make sure that you're making calls, showing up door to door, whatever it may be. I've even had conversations with the chairman over this process in his district to make sure that if anything does come about, that he is the first call that is received from that company to make sure that he knows when a certificate is applied for and that he knows exactly when that hearing is and that he understands exactly what needs to be provided to his constituents in terms of that communication piece.
Or what? What happens to you? If they don't, if that landman doesn't act in good faith, what do you do?
I mean, the process is the process. They can go through the process however they want, but what we often try to tell these companies is that you're not going to be very successful if you don't open up and provide yourself to be more accessible to the communities of Louisiana. This is exactly why we're sitting here today. You have to make sure you're accessible. You have to make sure you're communicating accurately, but also that goes to making sure that you're accurately portraying yourself as a representative of that company and the ability that you have under the law to negotiate those rights.
So you're okay? You're okay? There's nothing against coming out and bullying tactics, scaring old folks. You're okay with that if they don't tell them the truth, and there's nothing we can do about it, right?
No, sir. I just
That's
said
your
that I'm not
testimony?
okay. I've just said I'm not okay with that. I just told you that I'm.
What we
not.
can do about it?
Well, I do everything that I can to do about it. I can't make a law. I'm not a legislator.
I can do that. I can
Right.
do that. Sounds like that's what we need to do.
Well, the legislature did with the
What's the
land
penalty?
That's for the legislature.
If you
to
don't,
decide.
if you do a law and you don't have a penalty to back it up, they're going to continue doing it, right?
That's for the legislature to decide.
Okay. Looks like is today the last day?
I think you missed it by 2, sir. You may have to amend something. Representative
All right.
Mack for a question. Quick, please.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that I forgot your name, but I wanted to say I appreciate all the work that LED does to grow the economy in the state of Louisiana. I want to say that the argument I'm hearing from members of the committee and others that object to House Bill 7 is that if the bill passes, it kills economic progress in the state of Louisiana. It shuts down construction of pipelines, and it shuts down the CCS projects for long-term storage. My question is, have you received any notification from any industry that eminent domain is not necessary for pipelines or for long-term CCS storage, and that it would not stop the projects or the pipelines from being installed? Have you received any word from anyone in industry of that?
Is that for all of us?
Either one. Thank you.
Well, I could say that if you're not allowed to use it for the absentee landowner, that does create a situation where you can't get the permission to go through that land.
That wasn't the question.
But I don't understand the question.
Okay, let me ask you again. Okay, I'm just asking, has any industry leadership ever communicated with you that eminent domain is not necessary and that it does not stop the progress of CCS for long-term storage in the state of Louisiana or stop the construction of pipelines in the state of Louisiana?
I can answer that if you want me to take it.
It's just a yes or no question.
So I have heard from many different companies that eminent domain has not been needed. The situation that eminent domain or expropriation allows is that in the situation of an absentee or multiple issues where you can't get a hold of the last remaining landowner, that it is a necessary vehicle that allows the judicial system to assess a path forward. So I have heard multiple companies say that, yes, they're watching today. They're watching the discussion. They're watching what's being said. And that's all over the world. all over the world, people are tuned in watching this because they're eager to see if there's viability for CF's new facility that's supposed to be the largest ammonia facility in the world in Donaldsonville. So yeah, they're watching, they're interested. However, the likelihood and the amount in which our industry has to utilize expropriation has been limited, and I think you heard that from the legal representation of Jones Walker.
I just want to be on the record in saying that I have spoken with multiple industry leaders who have simply communicated that eminent domain is not necessary. One company, very large company, has pipelines all over the state of Texas and the state of Louisiana, and they are a component of a carbon sequestration project in the state of Louisiana, and they're specifically telling me that eminent domain is not necessary and that it will not shut down the pipelines in the state of Louisiana. That was my interpretation of their statement, to the point to where I was worried that if I basically made that statement that there would be folks that maybe didn't believe me. So that's when I went and got a couple of my colleagues that are representatives and got that leader within the industry to communicate to them that eminent domain is not necessary for these carbon sequestration projects to continue moving forward to grow the economy in the state of Louisiana. And eminent domain is not necessary for construction of pipelines in the state of Louisiana. I mean, that was a industry leader that told me that. And I want to say that aside from that, another industry leader told me that has a carbon sequestration long-term storage project in the state of Louisiana near here. And they also said that carbon sequestration, eminent domain is not necessary for those projects. So I just wish that, real quick, I'm just going to say this real quick. I just wish that we could grow the economy in the state of Louisiana with the support of the people in the state of Louisiana instead of against the people in the state of Louisiana.
Thank you, Representative Mack. Representative Reiser for a quick question.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We are working against a time clock that we go on the floor at 1, and that there's important bills that we need to vote on too. And as Speaker Pro Temp, the author, as he brought up in his opening remarks, that we keep the marks concise and precision on the bill.
Thank you.
And they've been in the general guidelines, but line, page, and very concise, and we'll respect his request.
Thank you very much. We have one final question for you at the table, Representative Coates. Thank you, Representative Reiser.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just one question. On what grounds do y'all believe that there's a constitutional right to use eminent domain for the carbon capture pipelines or even underground storage?
Right. So the role our agency plays, I guess, is prior to that. It is not in the actual expropriation matter itself. But looking back for pipelines, for instance, there has to be a determination of public interest, and it is slightly different, perhaps, than the public purpose language that was talked about at length. Typically in the past, it's been more one of making sure that the product that is going to be transported, or in this case the CO2, is needed to get from point A to point B. It's been a determination regarding following of applicable regulations, safety regs, and the like. And it has been drawing a connection between the proposed project and any public interest that the legislature has set forth in our statute. So we just do a slightly different, or play a slightly different role, I guess, in the process than the ultimate determination that's left to the courts.
Yeah, and on that, in the certificate process, and Speaker Pro Tem said this along with Mr. Jenkins, is that these folks, if it's as the example was an Exxon pipeline going to an Exxon facility and it's just a pipeline connecting that does not constitute as a common carrier. They would not be allowed to use expropriation under that example, right? You have to be, under current law, you have to be a common carrier in order to be able to expropriate, which means that there has to be a reasonable belief that the pipeline will be open for use by multiple parties to transport CO2, and you can also use it if there's if you cannot identify a landowner or if there's an absentee landowner. That is the current law as it stands right now. So that example that was provided, that does not constitute the use of expropriation. You have to be a common carrier in order to do so, which both the Speaker Pro Temp and Mr. Jenkins made that point, and that is how the department views it right now. You have to be a common carrier.
Okay, last question. Since we were kind of talking about, because the economy's been kind of wrapped into this, on these other states that are not using CCS and don't have primacy and stuff, are their oil and gas shutting down? Are their refineries shutting down and closing?
I don't know exactly which states you're referring to, but I mean, I think another way to think about it is, do those states have the access to the Mississippi River, Gulf of America, or major class railroads running through their state the way that Louisiana does? We're just uniquely placed to where our state can play a huge part in this, in the U.S. economy and the global economy. I mean, from Baton Rouge, standing right here, if you're on the Mississippi River, you can get to Canada, you can get to Pittsburgh, you can get to Nashville, Tennessee. Not many states have that ability, and also be able to enter global markets as well.
Mm-hmm. And if I may, if you look at Texas, many of those facilities are utilizing CCUS-related technologies to lower their emissions with the goal of outpacing us for global exports. If you look at other parts throughout the country that have refineries and whatnot, California, yes, they are shutting down. If you look at other parts of the country, they're newer. We're not talking about Shell's assets that are nearly 100 years old. So it's very important that we are working alongside them to modernize and ensure that we don't see facilities shuttered due to a lack of ability to modernize.
All right. Thank you, Representative Coates. All right. That's all the questions for you. We appreciate each of you for being here and for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members.
Absolutely. Treasurer Fleming is next for information purposes. And then on deck, we'll be going to green cards in support, wanting to speak. Bert Calais, Suzanne Williams, and Lisa Cawthorn will be the first three. If you want to get in the bullpen and ready. Treasurer Fleming, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief because I know we're short on time. I come here in support of HB 7. I'm also opposed to the expropriation of land for this purpose, and I'm also opposed to the underlying technology of carbon capture and sequestration. I served 2 years as head of the Federal Economic Development Department, and I'm also have been a business owner for over 40 years, still have 350 employees among my businesses. And I don't see that this is economic development at all. Making Louisiana a toxic dumping ground in order to satisfy some requirements in Europe about CO2 emissions makes no sense to me at all. Now, the present administration, President Trump, is moving away from subsidizing the so-called Green New Deal type of technologies, mainly wind and solar. He calls them scams. He has never come out and said that he is in favor of carbon capture and sequestration. In fact, the Secretary of Interior came out and said he opposes carbon capture and sequestration.
Did the
Representative Domain.
did the honorable treasurer put in a white card or a red card?
He did put in a white card.
Okay.
Thank you.
Speaking in opposition.
Yeah, I actually tried to put in a green card, but the speaker said I had to put in a white card. So I'll let y'all figure out the color of cards. But my position stands as it is. So ultimately, right now we have a $39 trillion national debt, up from $5.7 trillion only 25 years ago. And to add hundreds of billions of dollars of 45Q tax credits makes no sense at all.
Representative Domain for point of order.
The debate's not on 45Q tax credits. The debate is on eminent domain. So can we please keep the debate on eminent domain?
Yes, let's let him finish his 3 minutes and then we can go to questions. Thank you.
Yes. So in any event, I remain in favor of HB 7 and in opposition, of course, to carbon capture and sequestration, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We do have questions. Representative Zarang for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Treasurer afforded the opportunity for the Speaker Pro Tem to maybe correct some regret that he may have. I'll offer it to you. You mentioned that the president is not in favor of the Green New Deal. I agree for
No,
wind.
sir, that's not what I said.
You said
I said he has
opposed-
never made a statement in favor of carbon capture and sequestration.
Well, I have literature that says otherwise. But one of the things I wanted to ask you was that as a member of Congress in 2014 in the Energy and Water Appropriations Act, which you voted on for over $200 million in federal carbon capture programs and voted on several occasions in support of carbon capture. I'm just wondering, do you regret that vote?
Again, that's misinformation. We've done a full analysis, including AI. There was no carbon capture and sequestration legislation from 2009 to 2017, which are the years I served. 45Q was passed in 2008. The actual CCS didn't spin up until 2018, and of course it came to Louisiana in 2020.
Well, the information proves otherwise in terms of what's actually within that bill.
Well, I defy anyone to bring that forward. I know the governor has made that statement. We've analyzed it over and over again. We can find no legislation. There was no debate while I was in Congress, not on CCS. And by the way, I'll say I'm fully in favor of traditional energy. I voted for all of the traditional energy bills that we had when I was in Congress and still support it.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Zarang. Representative Reiser for a question. Okay, everyone, let's try to reel it in. Back on to House Bill 7, please. We're very short on time. Representative Reiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Treasurer, good to see you this afternoon. You were a member of Congress in 2015, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, in 2015, you voted North American Energy Security Infrastructure Act, which included an entire section on capture, utilization, sequestration, and advancement of CCS. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, sir. Again, that section 1109, it called for study and accountability of the technology of carbon capture and sequestration. It did not implement or fund it in any way.
It's identified as H.R. 8, and it's in the Senate and the Chamber, and it's a Modernization Infrastructure Act that did promote that, though. I've got a copy of it.
I wasn't in the Senate. I was in the
If
House.
you'd like to look at it. It's H.R.
Again, we have done analysis for the full 8 years.
Would you
There's
like a
no
copy of that?
Well, I have people who have made all kind of statements,
Well,
and when you bring them forward, we
Yeah, I
cannot
have it right
find
here if
any.
you'd like- you'd
and
like to
you
copy
say
it.
that implements carbon capture and sequestration.
You want to read? I can read it back through. Modernization and protecting infrastructure.
Well, that's a title, yes, but that doesn't implement anything.
It's promoting those, promoting the modernization and protecting
I'm all for
infrastructure.
modernization.
Okay, well,
Representative
inside
Rising.
that, it states that clearly.
It says what clearly?
It says clearly, okay, it goes through. You go on page 2, increase accountability with respect of carbon capture,
Yes,
utilization,
accountability.
and sequestration projects.
Accountability and study, absolutely. It hasn't been studied enough, and there sure isn't enough accountability.
I guess we're reading that in two different respects.
Well, that
on
does not implement or fund carbon capture and sequestration.
It is, in my opinion, it is.
Well, it may be in your opinion, sir, but that's not the truth.
Well, we hold a different degree on that.
We'll have to.
All right.
Shall we do?
And by the way, Representative Reiser and I are good friends.
You are good friends, and I
can tell.
Thank you for clarifying that. Difference of opinion with my friends.
Okay, thank you, Representative Reiser. Rep. Domain for a final question for Treasurer Fleming here on information. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, are you here in your capacity as state treasurer or as U.S. Senate candidate?
I'm here as state treasurer and as a private citizen.
Did you take a day's leave to be here today?
I have no idea what that's about.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, Representative
you.
Domain. Treasurer Fleming, thank you for being here, and there are no final questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right, to the table. We're going to do this 3 at a time. I'll call your name if you could work your way up here. We'll be on the 3-minute rule. Members, we have questions. Let's keep them on point. We are 30 minutes from the floor. And we'll start out with Bert Calais. Is Bert here? Suzanne Williams? And Lisa Cawthorn. So what we would like you to do is introduce yourself for the record so we'll know which one you are, and then you'll have 3 minutes. If you'll watch that yellow light, it'll tell you when you have 30 seconds left. And be careful, watch that light so that you can go ahead and finish your testimony, and then if you would remain at the table for questions, if there are any. And you can begin. Thank you.
Let me go first. Hi, my name is Lisa Cawthorn. I've been here many times. First off, I would like to salute Mike Johnson, wherever he is, on the bill that he has presented for the people. The founders of our country would be very proud to see that he stands on the Constitution, that he understands that he is a servant for the people and not corporation. So I just want to thank him for that. Then I'll start with this is an actual, as it is written. It is not a my opinion. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:1. So God was the first originator of all things. Says in our Constitution, all government of right ordinates with the people. It is founded on their will alone and is instituted to protect the rights of individual and for the good of the whole. Its only legitimate ends is to secure justice for all, preserve peace, protect the rights, and promote the happiness and general welfare. So the rights of the people was pre-existent of government. It's before government ever happened. Also, that it is a law conflicting with the rights is outside of legitimate power. So the legislator has no power. Zero power has been given to the legislator to go against the right. It is outside the box. You have the Constitution that was created by the people, and then you have the government. And the people tell the government what authority, limited authority, that they have to enact laws. So if there's a law that you've presented that goes against the Constitution, it's not a law. So in my mind, that would be, it's unlawful. And if something is unlawful, then there's remedy for that. Maxim 4 says, rights pre-existent of government. Justice Neil Gorsuch has consistently affirmed that liberty is not granted by government, but protected by it. Supreme Court Justice, just in case anybody doesn't know who he is. Whoever owns the soul owns it up to the heavens and down to the depths. So anything, if you want to put a pipeline, some people may think it would be in the ground. That's a problem, and it's the people get to decide what they want and how they want to do for their land. And there were some people speaking for the oil industry. And just for the record, I am for the oil industry. I love oil. Everything I own, everything I have comes from petroleum. Okay, I love the gas industry. I love the electrical. I love lights. I love cool weather. So any of the things that I could say would be a public good for me, I'm good for it. Carbon capture is not a good for me.
Thank you. Before we go to you, on deck is William Hall, Dean Coates, and Mark Guillory. If y'all would be ready as soon as these folks get up. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, he's with me. My name is Suzanne Williams. I'm Ascension Parish around Lake Maurepas, represent a lot of the southeast, what have you. We don't want carbon capture. We damn sure don't want you to take our land and make us go through it. You can line these lawyers up from here past my city in Gonzales, but they're coming, they're signing non-disclosure agreements. These people are scared to come and talk. We taken off work. I want to get real with you here, okay?
Okay, just be careful. Thank you.
45 years working on the river. 17 years ago, we paid $157,600 cash that we saved up for our home. I was gifted by my dad a camp, other land. I don't want to have to fight each one of you or in court to save. I don't want you coming to my home, asking me if I want it. Without 45Q tax breaks, None of us in this room would be here today, and you all know that. This is all about money. Donald Trump has said this is a hoax with this Green New Deal. This is about the Green New Deal. You say, because we don't want the emissions of carbon dioxide. This is about money. We've got over 220 plants in an 85-mile length up and down this river that has emitted CO2. I worked at Dow Chemical. Hey, whatever we don't burn from the light hydrocarbons we've been in it or send it to the scrubbed it and send it to the river. What you all want to do and take our land and you want to inject carbon dioxide, liquefied carbon dioxide with light hydrocarbons. These are known carcinogens over a mile through our water table and next to our water aquifer. And you all sit here like you don't know what's going on. You know what's going on. And if you don't know, I'm ashamed. The guy that was sitting there, I don't know where he's at. He wants to talk about carbon capture. None, or any of you geologists or chemical engineers, you ever study that? Well, I have. And you don't know what you're talking about. You got a crooked governor.
All right,
Crooked governor. And this is what's going on here today.
All right, thank you very much.
You're
Are you
very
Bert?
welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are you Bert?
No.
I'm sorry. Okay, okay. So
He helped with our land buying.
okay, that's fine. There's no questions for you. Is Bert Calais here?
I think he left.
Okay, Bert's gone. Okay. For the record, Bert is in support. Will Hall, Dean Coates, and Mark Guillory, please. Hall waves. Okay. In support, not wishing to speak. Dean Coates.
Yes, sir.
And Mark Guillory. Let's go to Julie Sandifer. Is Julie here? Julie waves in support. Julie Sandifer is in support with Convention of States. Is Vicky Cloutier? Wave. Vicky waves. We the people by you in support, not wishing to speak. Sherry Blanchard. Sherry? Sherry waves. The people that by you in support, not wishing to speak. Lawrence DeHart. We the people? Coming to the table? All right, come on. Remind you, you have 3 minutes. If you'll watch that yellow light in front of you, it'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. And then who's first?
Guess I'll take it.
Go ahead, sir. Introduce yourself for the record. 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, my name's Dean Coates. I'm a councilman in Livingston Parish. Just want to say, members of the community, neighbors, and friends of Livingston Parish in the state of Louisiana, thank you for gathering today in unity against the eminent domain that's going on in our state. I stand in support of House Bill 7, the Louisiana Landowners Protection Act. This bill is about something simple and profound: the right of families and property owners to keep control of their land and livelihoods unless the public, not private corporations, clearly and directly need it for a common good. For far too long, powerful corporate interests have sought the authority to use eminent domain to take private property for projects similarly benefit the corporation's profits. House Bill 7 draws the line. It prohibits the use of expropriation by private entities for the transportation and geological storage of carbon capture. This means your farm, your home, your timberland, the places where your memories were made, excuse me, and businesses supporting local families cannot be taken from you for pipelines or sequestration sites owned and controlled by private companies whose primary aim is for economic gain. This is not a stand against oil and gas, as someone has already said before me, or economic development. This is a pro-community stance that we are taking. Public purpose doctrine exists to allow the government to act when there is a clear, demonstrable public need for such things as schools, roads, utilities, and public infrastructure. House Bill 7 preserves the principles of ensuring eminent domain is reserved for the projects that serve a true public purpose, not a tool for private corporations to further economic development under the guise of public benefit. Earlier this year, in March to be more specific, the Louisiana Supreme Court issued a decision that clarified and reaffirmed the principles limiting the ability of corporations to use expropriation for carbon capture and storage projects when the public purpose was not clear and direct. The ruling underscores what we have already known in our bones, that taking private land to enrich private entities without a genuine, tangible public necessity is wrong. House Bill 7 brings our statutes in line with the ruling. Oh, wow, I got a lot more to go.
Yeah, you're going to have, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
On deck, just so you can be getting ready, is Mike Nichols, Gary Musgrove, and Julie Sawyer, just to be ready to go next. Go ahead, sir. Yes.
My name is Lawrence Dehart. I live in Houma, Louisiana, and I'm here as a private citizen. One of my more favorite comments is, history, if we don't learn from it, we're doomed to repeat it. I don't have a problem with carbon capture. I support the oil industry, and I think that there is an opportunity here. What I do have a problem with is the lack of rails and safeguards the oil industry has been given to implement eminent domain. Had a gentleman sit here just minutes ago and saying, yeah, we'll give them a certificate, but once we do that, there's very little recourse. The only recourse I keep hearing is, well, you get to go to court and you get to hire an attorney. It's my impression that we didn't need the courts to protect us, that that's what this body was for. And I hope that, and I love people in this, and I'm honored to be here. And as I look at each one of you, I know, because I've dealt with many of you before, and there are people in this room that I would consider a brother and I would die for. But it's a situation that I think that this bill needs safeguards. The oil industry was given rights that this people gave to you, not to them. And it can get heavy-handed. And you know what? If you don't need a lesson in history, look at what happened in our marshes. We did for economic development, where, you know what, it's creating jobs and economic activity. And look at where our marshes are. It's gone. And we're spending trillions of dollars that we're spending our kids' future money trying to recapture because we thought the oil industry was going to be right and play fair. They've got a history of not. Let's let them be what they do, the oil industry. Let's put in the safeguards, what this bill does, and stop abuses. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Chairman Guyman, thank you for allowing us to be here, Mr. Speaker, and also the members of the committee for honoring us as citizens to come before you and make our petitions known and let you know what we think about something. And this is what we think about eminent domain and the power of eminent domain that has been authorized in prior legislation, and which House Bill 7 will repeal because we believe that it is simply not necessary. My name is Colonel Retired Mark Guillory. I'm up from Pond, Louisiana, and I'm just a citizen here to talk about life, liberty, and property and how important those things are. You all on this committee are the defenders of those three things. How do I know that? Because our Constitution, the very first paragraph of the Constitution says that the purpose of government is to do what? To protect the rights of men. And these rights are, in case you didn't know, are life, liberty, and property. Why is property so important to us? You've heard a lot of very passionate arguments about why property is important, but the most important thing about property is it is something given to us by God. We've heard that all along. All these three rights, life, liberty, and property, are divinely given to us. And it is your job and your duty, and I know you know this, but please let me say it again, to defend it. That's what your purpose is as a government, is to protect the rights of men. You don't grant it, and you can't give it away either. Your job is to protect it. And we elected you in these positions because we believe you do that. You convinced us that you would come here and that you would protect our rights. And we're going to hold you to that task. So we expect you to do it. We've heard LED, we've heard industry say that that CCS will not end if House Bill 7 is successful. And yet, for some reason, they're in opposition of House Bill 7. If this is such a great industry, if it can stand on its own, Representative Domingo, without 75Q, then heck, why do we need eminent domain? Get rid of it. Take it away. Do what you said that you would do. When you made an oath of office, I made that same oath. And our oaths are when we make that oath, you all know that it doesn't go away. It's for the rest of our lives. Support, defend the Constitution of the United States and that of Louisiana. And both of those constitutions ensure that we have the right to life, we have the right to liberty, and we have the right to property. Mr. Bastiat will tell us many years ago, you can't have one of those without the other. They are all symbiotic. They are required. Do not take away our right to property. It is not necessary.
Thank you, Mark. In the
Mr. Chair.
In the form of a question, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I have a resolution that we signed. Is there a way I could turn that in?
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask you in the form of a question. I know you didn't get to finish your thing. If you had like one sentence you wanted to close with, and go
Yes,
ahead. And I'll ask you a question. What did you want to say in your closing in 1 minute or less?
Well, I could just wrap it up.
Just tell us about the resolution.
Yes,
and
sir.
then-
So in my parish, we signed a resolution unanimously in opposition to.
Which parish is that, please?
That's Livingston Parish.
Okay.
In opposition to carbon capture and sequestration in our parish.
All right, thank you very much.
And I would just hope that everyone would respect that and vote accordingly.
Thank you, Councilman. Representative Domain for a question.
Thank you. Mr. Guillory, you and I have never met.
No, ma'am, we haven't.
But I appreciate getting to know you one day because I think we probably have a lot more in common than we have, you know.
Hey, to be clear, we're not enemies.
No,
We just
no.
disagree, that's all.
Well, I have a specific question about
Yeah,
a statement
go
you made at a We the People meeting in Thibodeau a couple months ago.
Sure.
You stated that we legislators here in Baton Rouge are guilty of treason.
Mm-hmm.
Do you stand by that statement?
Oh, absolutely. If under certain no, hang on.
Thank you. No,
hang
no,
on.
that's it.
That's a broad
that's
statement.
my-
and I
that's
should
my
be able to
question.
answer
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, it's your question. Let me answer it. So, what is treason? Treason is when you have made an oath to the documents about which our nation stands by. We're a nation of ideas. No other nation on the face of the planet has ever been established on the concept only to protect life, liberty, and property. None. And when we make an oath like that, we are. Did I lose you? Oh, okay. I just saw you look down. I didn't think I was talking to you anymore. But it's important that we understand that when we make that oath, we are making something deep inside of us. It's an oath of office. And when we do that, and when we suddenly decide that we're going to pass legislation that abrogates that very oath, that is a treasonous statement. Absolutely. It is violating the oath that we've made. Absolutely.
Can I have my light back on? This is not a question. My questions are finished. But just to clarify, what is transpiring today, we're getting an education on the Constitution, an education on the Bible, and we as a body have also been accused of treason. Thank you. No further question.
Well, I'm glad the education is working well for you. I hope you're getting it.
There are no further questions. Thank you all very much for being here. All right, Mike Nichols, rural landowner, Gary Musgrove, Save My Louisiana, and Julie Sawyer, My Family, and Save Louisiana, if y'all are still here. Yes. Welcome. Welcome. Ms. Julie, would you like to start?
Sure. My name is Julie Sauer. I'm from Vernon Parish, where I live. A member of my family has lived on part of my land for at least 134 years. That was back in no man's land, so records weren't that great, so it's probably longer than that. And I don't think people have a right to tell me what to do on my land. That is generational land that has been passed down through the family. I was listening, Representative Mack, I felt you, what you were saying. I'm a registered nurse by trade. I've always worked around surgery. I can tell you, whenever we're doing a surgery and we're doing a gallbladder, it's great if this site looks fine. But if we have missed something in the beginning and we've lost a pulse, it does no good. You have lost something important, foundational, that you need to go back. You've lost the pulse of the people. Your constituents are not going to appreciate that each one of you vote against this and cause them to have a $100,000 legal bill that they can't pay. I heard the legal clinic mentioned. A lot of that's income-based, and anybody in a middle-income situation knows we're not going to qualify. They're going to be expected to pay that $100,000. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Julie. On deck is John West, Bruce Nelms, and Eric Harrell. If you're still here, be ready. You will be coming up next. Members, we have just a few minutes left before we go to the floor. So when you get to questions, be sure we keep them brief. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for your time. My name is Gary Musgrove. I'm a lifelong resident of Louisiana, a veteran, a small business owner, and president of Save My Louisiana. I'm here in support of House Bill 7, the Louisiana Landowners Protection Act. I would hope no member of this body would oppose a bill whose sole purpose is to protect Louisiana landowners. Property rights in Louisiana are not created by this body. They are protected by our Constitution, Article 1, Section 4. That protection does not bend for industry, yield to political pressure, or get negotiated away in the name of economic development. Our oath is anchored in three principles: life, liberty, and property. You are not elected to build industries. You are not elected to promote corporate interests. You are elected to protect the rights of your constituents and ensure a fair environment where both industry and small businesses can operate without government tipping the scale. And just weeks ago, on March 6th, the Louisiana Supreme Court reaffirmed that private property cannot be taken or transferred simply to benefit another private party. It reaffirmed that property rights are fundamental and not subject to convenience or creative interpretation. That should settle the direction we take from here, because what the court rejected is exactly what we are now being asked to allow: a system where government steps in, takes control of private property through forced unionization and in eminent domain, and shifts long-term risk and liability away from corporations and unto the people. And that needs to be said plainly. We are being asked to support an industry justified under the banner of climate change. For years, that agenda was rejected as federal overreach and bad policy, a hoax. But today, we are not rejecting it. We are implementing it. And in 2009, Governor John Bel Edwards set the path towards net zero by 2050. At that time, it was opposed. Today, we are building the infrastructure to carry it out. So what changed? We didn't reject the agenda. We found a way to profit from it. And now it is being used to expand government power over private property. House Bill 7 restores constitutional limits. It brings our statutes back into alignment with Article 1, Section 4, and the direction of our Supreme Court. That is not new law. That is the Constitution being reinforced. This bill stands firm on its own. It should not be amended. This committee should pass House Bill 7 as written. The House should stand behind it as a complete and solitary body. At some point, this body must decide whether to stand on the Constitution or stand with special interests. So I will leave you with this. Are you going to protect life, liberty, and property, or allow those rights to be set aside when industry asks you to do it?
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to recognize Representative Mike Johnson. You're a breath of fresh air, Representative. I appreciate what you did today. You and Representative McCormick are the only two politicians I've ever seen take responsibility for something. So that's a great change. But look, guys, I'm Mike Nichols. I hail from Pitkin, Louisiana. All this stuff that y'all are talking about here today, all this injecting CO2 and all these pipelines affect my family directly. We're fourth generation family. My wife's sixth generation. And I know I spoke to y'all last year, and I know some of y'all remember me and some of y'all forgot me and probably want to forget me forever, but that's okay too. But I want to tell y'all, seems like those 10 Commandments are ruffling some feathers here today. But I want to, Luke 6:31, do to others as you would have them do to you. Matthew 7:12, so in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you. I wouldn't do to y'all what y'all are doing to me today. Okay, and we brought this up last session. New Orleans passed a resolution, an ordinance against CCS. They were one of the first places to do it. But it's okay to come do it out where I live with my grandchildren. That's not how we operate. And if I can put this in perspective, I think where the train ran off the track is we had a bunch of bad actors come into our state, a bunch of bad players, and they misled us, and they hoodwinked us. And that's what I think happened. I think we're all good people. I think our families are good people, and we would have done the right thing without their influence. So what I mean by that is we've worked with oil and gas. We've worked with pipelines. I've got 3 natural gas pipelines across my property. Was it some discussions and some debate when it happened? Absolutely. But they're in the very best location they could be as far as my property goes. Do I want a CO2 pipeline anywhere near my property? Absolutely not. Do I want CO2 injected under my property? Absolutely not. By the way, my neighbor owns 35,000 acres, okay? The average small landowner in Louisiana owns 150 acres. So please, you corporate landowners, stop coming up to this microphone and saying you represent small landowners when you own 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000 acres, because you do not represent our interest. And as running for congressman in District 4, I have not met anybody yet that supports eminent domain. No business person, no landowner, anybody. I've talked to tens of thousands of people. And if I get to Congress, the first thing I will do will work to eliminate 45Q. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Gary, real quick, you are the president of Save Louisiana?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't want any amendments? I mean, I just want to be clear on where Save Louisiana is, because I know in the beginning there was some question
Yes,
whether
there
you
was.
were for
Yes,
the
we
bill.
worked that out with Mike Johnson. His bill stands as it is. It's a great piece of legislation.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want
Yes,
to make
Save
sure, because I
Louisiana
knew.
stands behind it.
Okay. And there hasn't been any amendments to the bill, and you don't want any amendments to the bill, but you and Mike have spoken, and so now that you understand, everybody understands the bill, you're for the bill. Correct? Okay.
Correct.
All right. Representative Domain for a quick question. We're almost through, members, and we're going to have to get to the floor.
Thank you. And I just want to take this as an opportunity to really kind of dispel what's being said to the public and the facts. Mr. Musgrove, you and I, once again, have never met each other.
Right.
However, on March 19th, you attended and you spoke at a We the People meeting in Homa. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at this meeting, you stated that Japan is looking to export their carbon dioxide to inject in Louisiana.
Yes, you understand that they are building CO2 ships right now.
Okay,
That is when I said that. If you listen to the entire conversation, I said I am looking at information that tends to lead that Japan may be entertaining to ship their CO2 elsewhere.
So, Mr. Musgrove, is this your opinion or is this
Absolutely.
facts?
I said it was my opinion
Okay,
during
all right.
that meeting.
And you might have just mixed up that we're actually exporting blue ammonia as part of our economic development to Japan. So you might have mixed that up a little bit. And just
No,
to
I haven't mixed it up because they do own almost half of Haynesville Shell.
All right.
No,
And
I'm
just-
not mixing anything
Just
up.
to wrap a bow around this, and to clarify, Japan is spending $5 billion on CCS to inject 240 million tons of CO2 per year. And Japan has already completed a very successful CCS well in Tamakomi. So I can't imagine why they would want to put CO2 on boats and bring it to Louisiana. But if that's your opinion that you're going around the state and telling people, you're able to say that, but I really want the people of Louisiana to know the facts and the facts surrounding this debate.
So the
thank
facts,
you.
according to you, is that's not going to happen.
I'm just talking about
Oh,
facts.
no,
sir.
that's right, facts. Facts, according to you, it's not going to happen. That's what you're telling everybody. We should not be cautious to that.
The facts are that Japan has spent $5 billion.
And the fact is, we should not worry about it then, that
What-
Louisiana will be fine. We don't have to worry about Japan's carbon dioxide being injected into Louisiana.
Chairman, I'm finished.
Okay.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
John West, representing self, Bruce Nelms, self, and Eric Harrell, self. Are y'all still here? And on deck, Anya West and Robert Maddox. Welcome. We're almost at the finish line. Glad you're here, and you can begin. Be sure to watch the yellow light. That'll give you a 30-second warning. Go ahead.
These things on? Okay. You want me to go first?
Yeah, first.
Okay. Chairman Guyman, committee members, thank you. My name is John West, Vernon Parish resident, 20 years. I spoke last year. Some of you may remember me, some may not. Hopefully I'm not hated yet. I'm a retired infantryman. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in environmental management with 14 years of experience in the state of Louisiana and the federal government level as well. I appreciate the opposition's statement about land use, and it really adds a lot of punch to my statement. HB 7 is about eminent domain and unitization as it applies to carbon capture and sequestration. I recall my first engagement about a year ago. My representative, Charles Owens, invited me to a meeting at the Capitol that Brett Guyman had organized. A lot of lawyers, scientists, geologists, PhDs, and what I remember most about it, where it got a little contentious, was eminent domain. So it's not new. It's not new. Unitization will come a little later with SB 244. Land use. I bought 10 acres of property in Vernon Parish right before I went to Iraq for 15 months. I had no concept that I would be debating whether a waste product would be buried underneath my property at that point. I say waste, and I use exact scientific terms. EPA calls it supercritical phase CO2. The other stuff in there is referred to as incidental substances. It's not toxic waste or sludge. But in that final ruling, what they did is they ruled that it is a waste. That's their ruling. I submitted that to you all in your emails, so you have it. What they did is they conditionally excluded it from hazardous waste management requirements. In order to get something excluded, it first have to have been or have the potential to require management under that regulation. It's not a question of if it's a waste, it's what kind of waste. Secondly, unitization. I emailed DC&E about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4. You have that email chain in your inboxes as well. I asked 5 specific questions to Conservation Energy. And the summation of what that response was, no draft rules have been published on how it would be done. No final rules have been done. The public comment period has not been awarded or gone through. The House and Senate committees of Natural Resources and Environment have not had the opportunity to meet, debate, and provide input. But yet on April 9th, approximately 10 days from now, there will be a hearing in Caldwell Parish. We're speaking with those people. There's a very high likelihood that a unit would have to be formed. But there's nothing in place that says how it's going to be done. But we're letting them move forward. I guarantee you if that doesn't happen, the one in Vernon will. I ask you to pass HB 7. My time is up. Gosh, dang it, I've got a little bit more, but watch the EPA rulings. That's going to public necessity.
Thank you. Go ahead. Who's next?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
My name is Bruce Nelms. I live in Ragley, Louisiana. I live about a 1/10 of a mile from the project that's in process now. I've heard today, we talked about the Ninth Amendment and bearing false witness. A lot of the things that I've heard today from one side or the other meets that requirement. The topic of today is for eminent domain. It's not anything about how you feel about carbon capture. My family was in the oil field. My grandfather was a mud engineer. My dad was a solids control guy, and that's where I would have been, except in 1984, the oil field went down in Louisiana. So I ended up going to Lake Charles and joining the Navy into the nuclear power program. So that's where I would have been. It seems like this eminent domain to us is kind of a moot point, because it appears that the Supreme Court of the state of Louisiana has already ruled on it. So what we're saying is, if we're going to go ahead and we're going to disobey the Constitution of the state of Louisiana, and we're going to continue on down this path, then we're going to have to turn around and redo all this litigation again. It seems to me it's already been settled. For the thing for the landmen, it has no teeth. We can talk about landmen doing this, landmen doing that, but there are no rules that stop them from going out. And let me tell you a specific story, and I talked to his daughter last night. Mr. Spears lives on the corner of where the pipeline is coming in to the sequestration point at the Beauregard project. He was told this man was diagnosed a couple of years ago with stage 4 cancer. Now he's into his last days. And he's trying to determine if what he's going to leave his kids is going to even be there, or if it's going to be taken by people that are going to come around and tell him. And this is what they told him. If you don't take it, then we're going to take it by eminent domain. So you might as well just take our offer. So here's a man with stage 4 cancer that feels like he does not have any other option other than change it. The one thing we need to do, and it appears to me that we've put the cart before the horse here. We're using eminent domain. We haven't even determined what the step backs are. By the way, the 500-foot setback that is for this, the pipeline is going in now. I've got photographs if y'all like to see it. It's less than 200 or 300 feet from the house. We haven't even figured all this stuff out yet. Now we're talking about taking people's property first. It is, I heard the lady talk about going, and we can go to Southern Law Center. That is called the Southern Poverty Law Center. Is that where we want to go for our court cases? Is for the Southern Poverty Law Center?
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
My name's Eric. I skipped last year. I'm from Livingston Parish. I live within 500 feet of a proposed leased area that's going to be capturing the carbon. We moved there 6 years ago. Never knew this was even in the, thought process. So this is where I'm at now with dealing with that. HB 7 would give middle income people that are working every day some help. Because if not, we have $50,000 to $100,000, in court cost if we want to fight it right now. And I honestly think that the majority of people with the lobbyists, they don't care. And I think some of the people on this committee, from what I've heard them try to make points to other elected officials, that they don't care either. And that's very troublesome to me. And one of the people mentioned a CCS project in Japan. So I wanted to give you some facts. That project was supposed to be about 6 million tons of carbon by now. In 2016 to 2019, it captured 300,000 tons of carbon. Most of these projects are not successful at all. Look around the world. And the bill that Fleming voted for back whenever he was in the House was to try to save the coal power industry. Not this. That's all. Thank you.
All right, we do have one question, Representative Coates.
Okay, be quick. Can you follow up and just give the information about the EPA? You were talking about they had a ruling.
You talking the specific waste ruling?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Coates. So, real quick, so supercritical phase CO2 did not fit the definition of waste under the Resource Conservation Recovery Act. It's not a solid, it's not a liquid, it's not a gas. So there was a 3-year rulemaking process that started in 2011. It went to 2014 on the final rule. And in that, what they decided was, at the end of the day, it is a waste, conditionally excluded. Now, conditional being the obvious key word there. There's certain things that the state has to do. There's certain things, the source of the CO2, certain things that the injector has to do. And if it does ever come to interstate transport, every state between where the source is and the injection is also has to take action and do certain things, right? When you talk about hazardous versus regular, first you got to understand material versus waste. Gasoline is the easiest thing to use. Gasoline that you go to your tank or go to the gas station, fill it up, that's a hazardous material, right? It can be used for its intended purpose. Under the federal regulation of RCRA, it becomes a waste when it can no longer be used for its intended purpose. So if you get water in that tank, then you can't use it. It now becomes a waste. Now, they're not going to say you have gasoline waste. You have a hazardous waste because it meets what's called a D code. In this case, it would be D001. That's ignitability because it has a flash point less than 140 degrees. You have D002, which is corrosivity, which this could fall into. Reactivity, probably not, which is D03. But when you really look at, and a lot of people use the word toxic, and this is where it comes in, right? Because waste codes D004 through D0043 are toxicity. And those are specific to things like benzene, chromium, vinyl chloride, just a bunch of, there's 40 of them, I can't name them all. That's what these tests will show, right? So what that conditional exclusion is saying, if everybody does what they're supposed to do, then it's a solid waste. It's still a waste, which is absolutely absurd that somebody could use unitization or eminent domain, whatever fancy word you want to use, to put it under my property against my will, right? That's a landfill. There will have to be, and if you go back into the state, and I'm not a lawyer or anything, but it is my understanding, opinion, that if there is something in your property on the surface or underneath that could prevent or that could exhibit a harm or a danger to a future landowner, you have to disclose that on your property notice. And if that's the case, then I have to say that even though it was against my will, there's something underneath my ground that could harm you possibly, right? And that's going to affect my property value. Waste-wise, that's the definition of waste. When you say hazardous waste, D codes, everything else, solid waste. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there are no further questions. Thank you all very much for being here. The last two cards in support wishing to speak, Robert Maddox with Save My Louisiana and Anya West. Am I saying your first name right? I am. That's an accident. I didn't think I was. Welcome and thank you. Watch the yellow light. That'll give you a 30-second warning, and you can begin.
I'm Anya West. I'm a resident of Vernon Parish, also one of the local fire chiefs down there. I was here last year. It was a long day. It's a shame that we're here again and that we have to discuss this again, because this should have been resolved last year. Property rights are not negotiable. A private company having the authority to use eminent domain for their monetary gain, it's an atrocity. It should have never happened. It's one thing when unitization is used for oil recovery. That's a common good. That profits everybody. We need the oil to heat our homes. They make money off of it. We need it for our cars. That is a common good. This is not a common good. This is getting buried under properties of people against their will. People don't want it. As my husband said earlier, it is a waste, and it will deplete our property values, because once you have to disclose that that is buried there, you are not going to get the money for your property that you would have gotten without it. It is not going to happen. We've been painted as out-of-state agitators, influencers. Let me assure you, we're not. We're local landowners fed up with this political stuff. You are elected to represent us here in Baton Rouge. What we're seeing is people we elected, we put our trust in, representing industry and lobbyists' interests over ours. Not to mention, we now have been threatened by the likes of Cameron Henry saying parishes will not receive funds if they do not allow CCS, per Louisiana Radio News article. I'm not sure what I consider that, ethics, quid pro quo, or straight up blackmail of our local governments, of our parish governments, who should have an input of what happens in their parish. They govern that parish. Vernon Parish has passed a resolution, we don't want CCS. That should be honored. It should not be forced down our throats. The governor said, if you don't want it, you don't have to have it. Several times. We shouldn't have to have it, regardless of what you think. How is it acceptable that you have members on this committee doing interviews and lobbying for industry? How can they get away with that? How many times, you asked how many times has eminent domain been used, right? I guarantee you it's next to nothing because it's for oil and gas. Nobody's fighting oil and gas. We want oil and gas to come through. I will sign a lease with an oil and gas company any day of the week. Any day of the week. Come on, bring it, transport it. We have 4 pipelines going through Vernon Parish. Not one of those pipelines is going to the area where carbon capture is supposed to be happening. Not one of them is in the sequestration area. They will all have to be built. People have been approached already. We don't even know how unitization is going to work, right? What are we doing?
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate it, Chairman. Thanks for letting me be here today. My name is Robert Maddox. I'm from Boyce, Louisiana. I am the Vice President of Save My Louisiana and one of the co-founders. Knew absolutely nothing about carbon capture sequestration in the roofing business. Pro-oil, pro-gas. Unbeknownst to some people, I am not a left-wing guy. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative. I'm a landowner. I'm an American, most of all. And I appreciate your service to all of us. But I can tell you that I'm extremely disappointed in what I learned, because I think that you all failed to look at the Constitution when you passed Act 61. But I want to talk today a little more, because I watch these state agencies up there speaking, and they seem to be representing industry and not the people. Your actions today are going to declare whether you represent the people or you represent industry. We do want to grow. We do want economic development. But what is economic development? What I'm reading is that economic development, the proper aligned economic development strategy, should raise the standards of living, benefit the people first, protect private rights and communities, and be sustainable long-term, and be transparent and accountable. Y'all tell me one thing that's been transparent about this. There's probably 5 of you are standing in here now that said, we didn't know anything about it. I'm just now learning about this. Well, but the question is, what have y'all done about it since you've learned? I know what I've done. I didn't like it. I didn't like it because I got 11 grandkids and 5 children. I got 400 acres on a lake. I like the lake. I like to fish. I like Louisiana. This is our state. We all want it to grow, but we all want it to be here for future generations. If we make bad moves like this, are they going to stay with us from now on? If we remove the constitutional rights of people, if you remove them the right to say, you know what, you can't come with just compensation because I don't want to sell my land. You ain't got enough money. I don't want to sell it. So it doesn't matter how bad you want it. If I come to you and I want one of y'all's piece of land, and I say, you're going to give it to me regardless. I don't care if you want to sell it or not. I'm going to give you just compensation. I'm going to take you to court. That ain't the way it works. Just because they're industry and they're bigger than mine doesn't mean they have a power greater than mine. We all are Americans. This is our America. Y'all are elected to represent each and every one of us, your constituents, not industry. If industry wants to do something, let them do it. But what we failed to talk about today is pore space. What about pore space? What about these plumes? That's where your eminent domain is going to come in. You talk about nobody's been affected because you haven't injected any CO2 in the ground yet. The party just started, boys and girls. It's just started, and the land taking's just started. It's going to happen. But as for me, I'm going to go try to buy a piece of land, buy every one of these 32 units, and I'm going to leave y'all with the decision. Do you want to take it Or do
Thank
you
you.
want to shut down the project? Because that's how quick it can be shut down.
Thank you very much.
Watch me go.
Thank you very much.
Save my Louisiana.
Thank you. Thank you. No, sir. No, sir.
I did a green card. I did a green card, and I want 1 minute.
You have a green card? No, sir. You have a green card that said not wishing to speak. And we
I'm not allowed to speak for 1 minute in the People's House.
yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you would have filled it out as wanting to speak, you could have had 3 minutes. But
A lot to say.
I know you. I wish you would have filled it out wishing to speak.
1 minute.
I can't do that, sir. We're already moving. All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. There's no questions. Thank you. All right. In support, not wishing to speak, Jamie Pope, representing self, Chris Alexander with LeCag, Freddie Smith, Caleb Atwell, town of Killiam. I think I said that right. Larry Putman, self. Angel Bradford Rosenberg, self. Gene Mills, Louisiana Family Forum. James Peter Kelly, Alliance for Affordable Energy. Leslie McDaniel, self. I can't read the first name, but the last name is Giles, Giles, Rapides Parish. I'm sorry, what is it? Okay, for Rapides Parish Police Jury. Danny Bordelon with Rapides Police Jury. Is that what it said? Lori Sangabine with self. I'm sorry if I'm butchering these names. I'm trying. Kathy Costanza. Summer Smith. Shay Simon, Louisiana Cattlemen's Association. Leslie Midkiff, landowner. Aiden Hensley, Connie Hare, State Freedom Caucus. Lonnie Landry, Save My Louisiana. Renee Carthen. Mr. Pro Tem, we still have red cards to read, so hang tight. I think there's one that might want to speak, so yield the table. Renee Carthen. Craig Smith, Rapides Police Jury. James Hyatt. Lynn DeLoach of Orioles Parish and Louisiana Cattlemen's Association. Weldon Lewis, self. Reggie Lucas, Louisiana and Rapides Parish Cattlemen's Association. Travis London, Step Up Louisiana. Margot Putman, Ted Sandifer, Parker Smith, Deborah Melvin, We the People Bayou, John Toops, self. Aaron Melrin, Jeannie Naquin, Jeffrey Raven, Save My Louisiana, Allison Raven, Donna Ferguson, David Daly, Save My Louisiana, Petra Daly, self. Barbara Anderpont, Republican Women, Louisiana, Linda Pickett, Pickett Farms, Jarrett Daigle, Louisiana Cattlemen's Association, Susie Labrie, one more time? I knew that, Labrie. Susie, always glad to have you here. Sharon Ousley, Republican Women's Ambassador. Jane Smith, Terry Purdue, Lisa Allen, Maggie Malone, Linda Doyle, Jonathan Davis with Gator Roofing and Restoration, Laura Earlbeck. I'll just give you the cards. Larry Davis, District 6. I can't read the first part. Something District 6. Okay. Melissa Rankin, Dee Hansen, Katie Smith, Intercessories of America, District 5. Janie Harris, Region 5 VP of the Louisiana Federation of Republican Women. Lisa Townsend, Intercessories of America. Susan Strain. Daphne Miss Rocca, I'm tortured. Thank you, Miss Susie. Rob Perry, Louisiana Republican Assembly. Christy Height, Louisiana Republican Assembly. Rick, your last name is hard to read. Huckins, Louisiana Republican Assembly. And Caitlin Hunter, Rise St. James. All right, those are all cards in support. And now we're going to do cards in opposition. We have one wishing to speak, Ray Gregson with River Region Chamber. Waive your speaking. Ray is in opposition to the House Bill 7. And in opposition, not wishing to speak, Mr. Pro Tem, you can come to the table wherever you are. Jasmine Brown with GN. These are cards in opposition, not wishing to speak. Jasmine Brown, GNO. Adam Knapp, Leaders of a Better Louisiana. Tommy Smart with Loga. Brian Hanks with Lobby Loga. Neil Abramson with Capture Point. Pat Robinson with Lobby. William O'Neill with Louisiana Landowners. Tanner Johnson with Louisiana Citizens for Our Future. Telly Medina with Venture Global. Damian Watt with Lamoga. Keen Jones with The Partnership. Megan Dacker with Consumer Energy Alliance. William O'Neill with something CO2. William O'Neill with Sarah Rhodes with Hood Bauman. Dawn French with ExxonMobil. Kevin Hayes with Louisiana Landowners. Tim Johnson with the TJC Group. Blanche Gallagher with Clean Hydrogen. Blanche Gallagher with Blue Sky Infrastructure. Desiree Lemoyne with Louisiana Matters. Desiree Lemoyne with Industry Makes. JC Juneau with Air Products. Liz Mangum with ExxonMobil. Stephanie Cargile with ExxonMobil. And Stanley Bienemy with Air Products. And Andre Bro with One Acadiana. Cards in opposition, not wishing to speak. Mr. Pro Tem, on closing, I would tell you I appreciate you and thank you for letting me be a co-author of House Bill 7. And you are on closing, and members, he's not taking any questions. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members, thank you for allowing us to present all the issues today and to hear from everyone that has been heard from today. You know, there's lots of arguments. And of course, these lawyers, these are top lawyers that were behind me. And their job is to convince you that's what we do. I'm not a lawyer, really, practicing lawyer anymore, but that's what we do. There aren't the same facts between this and the Gwynn case, but the exact same rules of law that the Supreme Court applied. Our Constitution is clear. The ruling in the Louisiana Supreme Court is clear. And our citizens trust, or should be able to trust, that the boundaries of our Constitution are strong. And the principle of private property ownership should be the strongest. And it's clear from every angle you look at. We've got the people that authored the bill. They know, they were doing the research on it. You cannot take private property for a non-public purpose. If you don't believe in anything else today, that seems pretty clear. Not a possible benefit, not an economic gain, but a true public use. And when there's doubt, the Constitution doesn't bend. The only thing bends is how we apply it. Each of you, like me, took an oath, not to convenience, not to pressure, but to that Constitution. So the question before us today is, will we draw that line clearly or leave the issue uncertain? Please don't let the courts have to do our job, because if we don't settle it today, I guarantee you that whether I'm here or not, it's going to be decided in a manner that HB 7 is requesting. I ask you to stand with the Constitution and with the property rights of our citizens. This is not an anti-business bill. This is a pro-landowners protection bill. I respect every one of you and respectfully ask for your favorable vote that will end this debate and protect our landowners. I thank you very much. Please vote yes for HB 7.
All right, I make a motion to move favorable on House Bill 7. Is there any objection? There is objection by Vice Chair Orgeron. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Chairman Guyman,
Yes, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I made the motion. Yes, I'm sorry.
Representative Brass? No. Representative Broad? No. Representative Bryant? No. Representative Carrier?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Coates? Yes. Representative DeWitt? Yes. Representative Domain? No. Representative Travis Johnson? No. Representative Kerner? No. Representative Lacombe? No. Representative Jacob Landry? No. Representative Mack? Yes. Representative McCormick? Yes. Vice Chair Ogeron? No. Representative Reiser? No. Representative Sawyer? No. Representative Ventrella? Yes. And Representative Zerang?
No.
No.
7 yeas, 12 nays, that bill fails. Representative Reiser?
Thank you, members.
And that motion was not successful, I make a motion to involuntary defer.
There is a motion to involuntarily defer House Bill 7. Is there any objection? Without objection, House Bill 7 is involuntarily deferred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Motion by Representative Reiser to adjourn without objection.